Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We are back. I'm feeling better. And I am ready to talk about not all the news because we'd be here way too long. But at least the coolest and the biggest of what's been happening as of late. I have thoughts. I have feelings. I have things to say. So, grab your drink, light your smoke, maybe clench up a little. Because we getting nerdy here on a Wednesday night. What the crap? God damn it. Hold on. Stupid motherfucking... Oh, yeah. Just enjoy the black screen for a moment. Oh, that's not what I fucking want either. Well, welcome back where I know what I'm doing. And everything works right from jump. Ah ha ha. Nope, still. What the hell? Try this. Try that. What the hell? You were working earlier. So yeah, we're having fun. Lots of fun. My camera doesn't want to fucking work. Even though it was working earlier. And it's plugged in. Alright, let's try this. What is the problem with this fucking camera? This fucking camera. That ain't changing shit either. Holy fuck, there we go. Hello there. Now I gotta give you all motion sickness. Oh, shit. I do not want a new goddamn camera. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Ah da da. Come on, bro. Motion, yay. Alright, now, don't die again, but I need to fix you. Oops, the other way. And then down. And that way. And then we can do that. Et voila. Holy shit. What an amazing beginning to the stream. Fucking awesome. I'm so glad that my first day back in over a week is going so fucking smooth and my camera worked right from jump and I was on the right scene to start with, even though I know I changed that before I started. Motherfucking Streamlabs. Anyway, what is going on? We got Brooke and Brady up in here. What's going on, fellas? What's happening? You guys ready for this shiz? Because holy wow. Fun stuff. Do I still have that up? Oh, yeah, that is actually still pulled up. Hot damn. Hot damn. So what's new with you guys? As you recall, I had to take Saturday off because what up, Lou? Because I decided to be a man, heavy air quotes, and get my flu shot and my COVID booster at the same time. What the hell? Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. So, yeah, wasn't a good idea. Fucked me up for the whole weekend. But I am feeling back to, well, my version of normal. And I'm ready to go. What we got going on here? Oh, good, Brooke. I'm glad you liked it. I still haven't seen it yet. I have had, well, I mean, you know, there are larger priorities in life than Venom, The Last Dance. So, I'll see it eventually. Like, there's so much noise out there, it's not going to be very hard for me to walk into that theater to see that movie, you know, feeling like my opinion will be pre-tainted in any way. Got Warhammer and ooh, got Space Marines 2 and Black Ops 6. Nice. Brooke's about to be killing at high volumes. Justin really does not want to see Venom 3 until Kendall watches it. I mean, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Really love the first season of Punisher. Been watching Jessica Jones season 2. Yeah, Jessica season 2 is not as good as season 1, but the show is a very good show. And when I say it's not as good as season 1, I'm not saying it is not good, because it's still a good season of television. Just season 1 was a bit better. That's all. That's tangent, but that's a bad trait that a lot of people have, is like when you say something isn't as good as something else, like everyone, including myself, you know, I ain't above this shit, frequently just go right to, oh, that's bad. Oh, you think it sucks? No, did not say that. There's just really fucking good, and there's really good. Really good is still really good, but it ain't really fucking good. So, anyway. Tangent over. Friend's been coming over and playing Space Marines. Oh, the first one. You're going to start number 2 after the Black Ops 6 campaign. Penguin episodes have just been really good. Yes. Yes, they have. This last one, holy shit. But there's still 2 more episodes. But while I say there's still 2 more episodes, that also means there's only 2 more episodes. And that's kind of a bummer, because Penguin's fucking dope. I mean, we only have 2 more episodes of Agatha as well, but they're both tomorrow night. 2-episode finale tomorrow evening. And I'm pretty damn happy with that show up to this point, especially last week's episode. Holy fuck, that was good. My biggest concern about tomorrow evening and the conclusion, or completion, if you will, of that show. I'm hoping they manage to overcome the usual Marvel odds and actually stick the fucking landing on this one. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if we got a satisfactory finale to a Marvel Disney Plus show? Wouldn't it be nice? Do do do. My friend's been playing the second Space Marine at my place. Goes to college near your place, so he visits your place whenever he's free. He's a huge gamer and childhood friend. Well, that's dope, bro. Longtime friends are the best. Watch The Wild Robot as well. Cool. Really good animated film. Yeah, that's... The Wild Robot's pretty much universally appreciated. Like, I don't think I've run across personally in my little bubble any bad things about that movie. Not even nitpicks, really, have I run across personally. So, yeah. Wild Robot is evidently, like, of the highest quality. I liked more the Mistress Death reveal from Agatha. Yeah. Aubrey Plaza is fine as fuck. I mean, also, yeah. I mean, her thing is just having more of that it factor, because she's not, like, stunningly beautiful or anything. I mean, she looked good. But, you know, in terms of, like, you know, beauty, she's not, like, stunningly beautiful. She's pretty. But she's just got that extra it factor oomph that some people in general just seem to have that makes you go, oh, damn! And she's one of them. She is most assuredly one of them. All right. Before we get into the goods, does anyone have any little tidbits or fun things they'd like to share, or are we ready to just get fucking rolling in this bitch? And while you are responding or considering your response, please go ahead and hit the thumbs up. And you may as well hit subscribe and the notification bell while you're at it. Come on in the basement. It's fun here. It's chill here. Since it's a basement, frequently, literally, chill here. You know, bring a hoodie. All right. We shall begin. And we shall get... Oops, I didn't mean to... How the fuck did that happen? That was weird. Okay. Anyway. So. Let's get the bullshit out of the way, shall we? Shall we? Are you ready for this poop? It is beginning to appear, people, that we may indeed not be getting one Rey movie. We will not be getting two Rey movies. We very well could be getting a trilogy of Rey movies. 1, 2, 3. Yes, the concept is... Hello, Lake and Ryle. Welcome in. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have fun. Hit all the buttons for me, would you please? I'd appreciate it greatly. And also, you got here just in time. Clench up. So, why do I say this? Well, first of all, what the crap are they thinking? But we'll get to that. What up, Prez? be honest, if a Rey Trilogy epically bombs at the box office, should that mean KK is finally gone for good? Oh, we'll be discussing KK, Brooke. We will definitely be discussing her as a result of this particular story. But yeah, we'll get there. I promise. So. Before we deal with the question of why the fuck would they do this, let us deal with why we think they may do this. And I'll tell you. What's up, Prez? Oh, I'm doing much better than I was over the weekend. Thank you. Give me just a second, Lake and Ryle. I will answer your questions. Let me finish my thought here. Okay, so, why would we even think this? Well, I'll tell you. It's because Daisy Ridley did an interview with The Hollywood Reporter promoting her new film, Magpie, which is getting awards buzz, by the way, and also turns out was written by her own spouse, her husband. I don't know his fucking name. I don't care. But, you can't hear shit in the bar? I'm not surprised, bro. I've tried to listen on phone and bar back in the day, and no bueno. No, I just don't go to bars because people. So, yeah, she was doing an interview with the Hollywood Reporter, primarily, again, to promote her new cinematic feature called Magpie. Not even in your headphones. That's fucked. But, of course, being Daisy Ridley, come back with news of the Yankees getting shit on, Prez, and I'll be happy. But, of course, since she is Daisy Ridley, of course, she's going to get asked questions about the Rey movie that was announced. Was it last year? Or was it even in 22? No, it was last year. So, kind of out of nowhere. Anyway. So, when asked, she had the following quote, which I will share with you on screen. Scroll down a little bit. It is this. Do this. You motherfucker. You know what? I hate this mouse. There we go. All right, it is this paragraph, which will help you and me with the highlighting. I feel like the new one/new ones will be so interesting. Time has passed and a lot has changed for me personally, so it'll be interesting to come back to someone who I know so well, but in such a different moment, Ridley says. For me to inhabit Rey again, after all the time that we haven't seen her, it's actually scary, but it's also exciting. What in the holy hell does she mean by new ones? What is this /new ones? Bullshit. What's this about? While we ponder that, I'm going to answer Lake and Raoul's questions real quick, as I said I would after I finish that thought. Have I seen a cartoon movie called Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin? No. Is Chris Hemsworth box office poison? No, but I don't know that he, other than Netflix movies, he really is a full-on lead. I'm starting to wonder if that might be the case. I mean, let's face it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I ignore Love and Thunder if at all possible. So, I mean, obviously he does well in group settings in the Avengers movies. He did pretty decently with the Thor movies, but Yeah, outside of Marvel, him trying to lead projects, I think except for one of those Extraction movies on Netflix, I think people really heard. I think people really liked those. But yeah, him doing well outside of Marvel's been kind of an up and down thing. Transformers 1 flopped. That was, I'm going to tell you, I follow a fair chunk of people, both in the nerdy space and just in the entertainment space in general. And from those people, all of whom are, generally well trusted, they all fucking loved Transformers 1. Transformers 1 flopped because they marketed it like ass. They fucked up with that first trailer. That was where they lost that one. They fucked up with that first trailer. Mad Max Furiosa. I didn't see it, but I will say this. While it does have its devoted fans, the Mad Max franchise is niche. Like, none of the Mad Max movies, while some have done decently enough, none of them have ever been like, humongous box office smashes. Not like huge. You know what I mean? So, and those are only the ones where you literally had, like, they were Mad Max titled with him actually in them, So, I'm trying to remember. Like, I think there was something about the timing of when that movie came out too. Like, there's just a bunch of shit going on, and no one really cared about anything in the movie theater at that time. So, yeah. Daisy Ridley looks like a short, younger Sigourney Weaver. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Spidey! What's crappinin'? You saw Venom over the weekend, and you'd say it's the best one out of the trilogy. Not the first person I've seen say that. I've seen most people, not all people. I've seen most people rank them in the order of Venom Prime, The Last Dance, and then Let There Be Carnage, which even sight unseen, I'm already inclined to agree with, because Let There Be Carnage, well, for me, I didn't hate it. I find it to be entertaining, but I'm a twisted fucker, and I understand why a lot of people just don't like that movie at all. So, yeah. I mean, I still haven't seen it yet, but I've got a strong feeling then that it's definitely at least going to be number 2. I don't know if it'll beat the first one yet for me, but we'll see. All Rey Star Wars movies do well at the box office, says Lake and Ryle. Well, true. The sequel trilogy did make much money, but each episode made less than the previous one. The character itself is not very well respected overall, and not just by the hate baiters, just in general, because they wrote her not well. So while they may have gotten away with making the monies with the sequel trilogy, anything they try to put out now with Rey in it is probably going to bomb. Even if it's by some miracle good. Like, if it's actually good and word of mouth gets out that it's good and people start showing up, then it could end up doing okay. There's no way in shit that movie makes $1 billion. There's not a snowball's chance in hell. There's too much damage done to the brand right now for that to be able to happen. Now, if it's super high quality and people love it, and it actually does end up being a trilogy, then the second one would have a good shot. But, nah. Rey movies will, at this point in time, are almost utterly doomed to fail. Is Chris Hemsworth woke with Ghostbusters 2016, Women in Black, Snow White with Kristen Stewart, Lady Thor, Transformers 1, Madam Max. Here's where I may lose you, Lake and Ryle, but that's okay. The rest of y'all know what's coming. God damn it. Buckle up. All right. First of all, the term woke as currently utilized in modern vernacular is 100% inaccurate and as a form of criticism, complete and utter bullshit. Number one. Number two. It does not matter how many female-led projects Chris Hemsworth starred in. It doesn't necessarily make him woke. The quality of those movies has absolutely nothing to do with him or the actors. It's the writers and the producers and the directors. And if said writers, producers, and directors make the mistake of not putting story first, that's on them. And that's what the actual problem with these movies is. Always is poor concept and poor execution. So, there's that. So yeah, woke as a form of criticism is fucking weak, bullshit, and generally used by snowflake soy boy bitches, which is what they like to accuse everyone else of being, but they're just projecting. Moving on. Transformers the movie 1986 is better than Transformers 1. Transformers the movie 1986 is the best cinematic Transformers creation on the planet and always will be. Still remember when I fucking cried when Optimus died. God damn it. Anyway. Spidey says Carnage looked good in Let There Be Carnage. Yeah, the symbiote effects were good. I will agree. Aside from that, I was pretty underwhelmed. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, someone needed to rein in Woody Harrelson. Like, he was too over the top as Cletus Cassidy. Is it Cletus Cassidy? Yeah. Yeah. Lake and Ralph, Phase 4 and 5 of the MCU is a game of cameos. The more cameos in your movie, the more money you make. Well, that's not true because they had cameos in the Marvels, and that is Marvel Studios' biggest bomb to date. So, I mean, it just depends on the project, really. The Marvels had had the same amount of cameos as Deadpool 3 or Doctor Strange 2 or No Way Home, it would have made $2 billion at the box office. No. Not a snowball's chance in hell, and I will explain why. And it is because the amount of brand damage that had been done to that point in phases 4 and 5, people were sick of it, and they let Marvel know by not going to the fucking theater. That was it. That was when the fandom finally told Marvel, you need to fix your shit. And honestly, when I went to see that movie, knowing how the box office is looking already, I didn't think it deserved to bomb the way it did. Like, based on quality, it was not that bad a movie. There are definitely worse movies in the MCU than the Marvels. Like, let's not get that twisted. There are worse movies in the MCU than the Marvels. This is fact. And it's not just the two most popular choices, Quantumania and Love and Thunder. There's a couple others whose names escape me right now. But, well, maybe only one more. But anyway, it is not the worst MCU movie. It did not deserve to only make 200 and basically just 200 million in worldwide in the box office. Based on quality, it did not deserve that. Based on how Marvel had been treating the fans up until that point with the quality of their content and the way they were constructing things, or in really not constructing things, they done earned that for that. It's just kind of a shame that it couldn't have been on a movie that was actually like really shitty instead of just, you know? So, which is the biggest superhero movie flop? Jonah Hex, Josh Brolin, or Wonder Woman 1984? Between those two, Jonah Hex. Although I would need to see the numbers on both, but just going off memory, Jonah Hex. Like, people showed up to Wonder Woman 84 initially, and then they were like, oh my God, this blows, and not only did they not go back to see it, they told other people to also not go before they'd even gone in the first place. So, yeah. Brooke agrees Carnage looked dope. Lincoln Rowell. Woke. Oh, Pickles, what's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome in. What's down? All kinds of fun shit. As soon as I'm done catching up with Chad, I'm going to start railing on Lucasfilm again. Lincoln Rowell says, woke is a buzzword used by people to refer to anything they don't like. I mean, not just anything they don't like, but anything they don't like that even has a whiff of persons of color, female leads, LGBTQ community, yada, yada, yada. What's up, Delta Dan? How you doing, bro? Oh, you agree with me about woke. Okay, good. Because otherwise you were probably going to get highly triggered by me. Transformers, the movie 1986, is very similar to the MCU Avengers Infinity War. Now, I literally haven't watched that movie in decades. But just kind of going off memory feels, I can begin to agree. I think I can begin to agree. Marvel sort of failed because of the negativity from previous, yeah. Cameo in the Marvels didn't do anything in the movie, and the other cameos were just in the post-credit. Yeah, but those were key cameos. The X-Men were in the main part of the Marvels, not just in the post-credits. It would have made $2 billion. No, it definitely would not have made $2 billion. If the X-Men were in the main part, it probably, as pissed off as the fans were at that point, that might have got it to maybe 500, maybe 600 million tops, but they still would have lost money on it because of how much that bitch cost to make. I mean, yeah, having stuff in the main body of the movie is definitely increases your odds of making money for sure. Marvel's faced challenges such as the SAG-AFTRA strike and the lack of start. Yeah, those were also contributing factors. But the biggest contributing factor was Marvel fucking up Phase 4 and most of Phase 5 to that point. Pickles, are the Star Wars movies told out of order or no? Yes. If you go by release order, George started in the middle with episodes 4, 5, and 6. Then late 90s, early 2000s came the prequels, episodes 1, 2, and 3. And then starting 2015 to 2019 came the sequels, 7, 8, 9. Lincoln Rowell says DC should have just released Batgirl instead of Joker 2. I don't know that they fucked up not releasing Batgirl. Like, there was a lot of stuff coming out from behind the scenes that movie really was ass. What they should have done is not let Todd Phillips do everything himself without any supervision whatsoever and just was handed a check. That's where they fucked up. All right. Thank you for all the opinions, Chad. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Now, back to the main point. A fucking Rey trilogy? Why? What in God's green earth would possess you, Lucasfilm, to make a trilogy? Well, first of all, what would possess you to make a movie about a character that was reviled coming out of your last 3 cinematic features to hit the screen? Remember, it's been 5 years since we've even had a fucking movie. It's going to be 7 by the time we get a movie. It'll be The Mandalorian and Grogu, May 2026. So that'll be 7 years. And then who knows by the time we even get this Rey movie, how long it'll be since the sequels. But I'll tell you what, unless Lucasfilm somehow manages to run a string of dubs between now and whenever they get around to getting the Rey movie out, it still won't be long enough since the sequel trilogy for anyone to want to see a Rey movie. Like, Star Wars has to convince us that there is now a good reason to want to go see a Rey movie. There isn't any kind of fucking reason at this point. A majority of the fandom, I'm not going to say no one, there are definitely Rey fans out there, and there's Reylos, and, you know, all the members of that group who very much enjoy the sequels and love them some fucking Rey. Obviously, they'll be stoked, but they are not a majority of the fandom. The majority of the fandom, including the assholes that Disney likes to pretend are all of us, a majority of the fandom does not care for the character of Rey. We just don't. There's no point doing this. There's no point making a trilogy. What up, Kendall? How you doing, brother? How's the fam? How's work? How's school? Are we match? Are you talking to me, Lou? We matching blinkers? I blinkered up before I got on. And I don't actually have any carts or anything. I had to bust down some devil's lettuce before I got on here. So, where was I? Oh, yes. I mean, just, it's all good, Kendall? Awesome, bro. Glad to hear it. I mean, let's just look at the history of Lucasfilm cinematically since 2019. Well, first of all, in this history since 2019, there are no actual fucking movies. We haven't had Star Wars on the big screen since Rise of Skywalker. That's number one. They've announced plenty of shit. Rogue Squadron, although there have been even what's her butt, Patty Jenkins, even she came out and said, I don't know, a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, that she was back working with Lucasfilm on getting Rogue Squadron going again, but haven't heard shit since then. So who the hell knows? As far as I'm concerned, that shit's still on the shelf. Waititi movie, that's never fucking happening. Rian Johnson trilogy, that's never gonna fucking happen. Thank God. What else? And then since then, they've announced the Rey movie, the Mangold movie, and the Filoni, what I call the Filoni Star Wars Avengers movie, which is not the Mando and Grogu, but the big one after that one and after Ahsoka Season 2. And When he gathers all that shit together, and allegedly Skeleton Crew's going to have something to do with it. Fuck, I don't know what. I ain't worried about that till literally December when it comes out. I just don't fucking care. Nothing they've shown me makes me fucking care. Anyway. So, we've had many announcements. Dusty bookshelf. I hope you're talking about Lucasfilm. I don't have a bookshelf in here. I wish I did. Anyway. Yeah, so out of every movie they've announced, not one has hit the screen. Oh, and by the way, that report that came out a couple days ago about Mandalorian Grogu, the filming of that being wrapped, bullshit. They're not done. Just so you know. But, yeah, literally the only movie that's been announced since 2019 that is actually entered production or has a frame of film shot is the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. That's it. That's all. Now let's look at the Rey movie specifically. That was announced, when was that? D23 last year. Kathy pulled Daisy out on stage, announced the Rey movie, announced they had Damon Lindelof working on it, and the other guy, his writing partner. And then next thing we know, Lindelof and his buddy are gone. And now Stephen Knight is writing the movie. Now, when I first heard that news, I was like, well, typical Lucasfilm bullshit. Kathy just can't pick anyone she likes for more than 2 minutes. But I was also like, well, Stephen Knight's dope. He's the dude in charge of Peaky Blinders, and he's done other dope shit that I cannot recall off the top of my head right now, and I don't care because Peaky Blinders is dope. So I was like, hell yeah, let's go. And then news started coming out about they kept wanting new scripts from him. He would turn in a script, and he would get the script back with so much notes and whatever else they put on a script that he almost basically had to start from scratch. 4 times he turned in a script. And 4 times he got so many notes back. Finally, he said, fuck this. I've got a Peaky Blinders movie. I've got other shit. Peace. And he gone. So at this point in time, the Rey movie, again, has no writer. It still has Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy attached as director. Let's talk about her for a second. Her still being attached to this movie is not good. It has never been good that she has been tapped to direct this movie. Why, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. First, let me tell you why what the things are that I am not considering as reasons why she should not be directing this movie. It is not because she's a woman. It is not because she's a person of color. It is not because she's a women's rights activist and has done multiple documentaries on said subject. It is none of those things. You know what it is? Anybody? You know what it is? This would be her first cinematic feature. Like full cinematic feature. Not the documentaries she's used to making. Like an actual full, big budget, fucking blockbuster Star Wars movie. That's going to be her first one. What? Now, do I think she should be given a chance to direct a full cinematic feature at some point in her career? Yes. She's from what I hear, she's extremely accomplished when it comes to the documentaries she's made. Like, they're all quality. She's won awards. All that fun shit. So that's cool. Right? Hell yeah. Give her a shot. I don't care who you are. I don't care how hot of an up-and-comer you are. A Star Wars movie should never be any director's first cinematic feature. Ever. Ever. You do not put a rookie on a Star Wars movie, especially with the state Star Wars is in now. You'd better bring in a fucking ringer. And you'd better let them cook. If they know Star Wars. Or at least the writers better fucking know Star Wars. And then then you let the director cook. But yes, Ms. Chinoy has never directed a large-scale, full-budget cinematic feature. Never. No. While they're looking for a new writer, they need to be looking for a new director, too. Because she ain't it, folks. I mean, it's not specifically her. It's her status as a director and the circumstances. Like, I don't care. Again, female, don't care. Person of color, don't care. Women's rights activist, don't care. You could put a straight white dude in that same position, and if he's never directed a fucking full-on cinematic feature before, I don't want his ass anywhere near a Star Wars movie either. Hell no. No rookies directing Star Wars movies. Period. Zip. None. So that's why I don't want her. So, there's that. But yet, despite all that history, despite losing writers, despite mistakenly hiring a rookie to helm this movie, despite all of that, not only is Daisy Ridley saying that the movie's still coming and she's excited about it, but she said new one. Where is it? I don't want to fuck this up. I want to get this one right. No. Yes. I feel like the new one/new ones will be so interesting. But you can't even get this one off the fucking ground. You haven't gotten one off the ground in 5 fucking bit. What? I don't understand how you could have someone so completely out of touch running this studio. No one at this point that thinks logically can understand why Ms. Kennedy still has a job after that record. Nobody understands it. However, believe it or not, and I don't blame you for not, there is still hope that KK will soon be gone. Whether or not this Rey movie ever does anything, let me tell you why. Today is October 29th. Unless I am mistaken, which is possible, her contract is up in 2 days. October is the last month of her contract. And there has been zero talk to this point of an extension. Nothing. There have been rumors about how long she may be hanging out past the expiration of her contract. But there has been literally nothing said about any kind of official extension. And not only that, some of the rumors have said she'll be around till May. Some have implied longer. I believe it was Jeff Snyder who said till at least May. But that also doesn't rule out till at most May. Why am I honing in on May? Well, May 2025 is when Tokyo, Japan, hosts Star Wars Celebration. Now, let's say, hey Justin, let's say there's a reason there has been not even a hint of a formal extension for Ms. Kennedy. And let's say they managed to get their poop in a group over there enough to actually have a scriptwriter that they like for the Rey movie. We're going to not, for this part of the discussion, we're not going to worry about the Rey movie being a trilogy. We're just dealing with the first, possibly only one, possibly only first one. But that's the only one we're talking about in this scenario. Okay? Okay. So, we know we're getting the Mandalorian and Grogu in May 2026. I can see a scenario where next May of 2025 at Star Wars Celebration, Kathy comes out on stage, hypes up Mando and Grogu, announces they have a writer and a script they're actually fucking happy with the Rey movie, and announces a release date for that. And then proceeds at a later point in time at some, they always have those informal awards at the end where it's like, you know how they do, you know how Hollywood likes to pat themselves on the back. So when they get to the patting themselves on the back point, I can totally see Kathy making some kind of speech or Iger making some kind of speech for her and her following it up. Basically saying something to the effect that we're extraordinarily excited for the Mando and Grogu movie coming out next year. We've got this Rey movie going. We know people love Rey. Lie. But now that we have these things going and things are looking like they're moving in the right direction, it's time. Ms. Kennedy is now ready to say goodbye. Not it's time, but Kathleen is now ready to say goodbye. She's accomplished everything she needs to. Yada, 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 ad infinitum. Kiss ass, kiss ass, kiss ass. Lie, lie, lie. And then she gone. In May. Will that happen? But it's plausible. It makes sense. But I can also see it. It being Star Wars Celebration coming, going, and she's still in her fucking office at Lucasfilm. I can see that happening too. But yeah, feels like the new ones / new ones. Like, what the fuck? So what you think, chat? Why don't Matthew? What's going on, buddy? Anyone else come in that I missed? Oh, right here, man. All right, okay, cool. Oh, Jonathan Brady, what's going on, man? What is going on, Matthew Goddett? Why don't they get Sean from Deadpool to direct it? They could. They should. If they're doing a trilogy, they would be well advised to get Sean to do it, in my opinion, because he's got experience writing and directing. So, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Lincoln Ryle says, Star Wars New Jedi Order will be good, I think. Well, that's the Rey movie I've just been shitting on for the last half hour, so, I mean, maybe. If they can ever pick a fucking writer. We need John Boyega Finn movie of him becoming a Jedi. That I would be down for. Oh, and that's another thing. I fucking forgot. Another reason we could be getting a trilogy. Just real quick. Or at least Force user? Yes. We all know that for the longest time, John Boyega was firmly in the camp of fuck Lucasfilm. For good reason. For the Chinese posters, they shrunk him down to almost nothing. Stuck him in the back. Because, you know, Chinese people are so fond of black people. Then they took his character, which had pretty good potential in The Force Awakens, and then turned him basically into Rey for the next two movies and did nothing with him. Fucked him over that way. So he most justifiably said, fuck you, I'm going to go fight Kaiju, and made Pacific Rim 2. Actually, I don't know what order that came in, but it was fun to at least go with that thought anyway, so fuck off. So yeah, and he stayed in that mode, in that frame of mind for quite some time. However, lately, he's been starting to hit up conventions. He's been talking to Star Wars fans. Why? What could possibly make John Boyega, granted it's been 5 years, but like when you get shit on that hard, sometimes it takes a while to get over. But what could help that process? Paper, the Chingaling, Brinks trucks, lots of Brinks trucks. Now, what's the best way to get a shit ton of Brinks trucks backed up to you? No matter how bad they fucked you over, remember, you're still kind of a rookie, you know? The biggest thing you've done is the Star Wars. So what's the best way for him to make a fuck ton of money? Multiple movies. Trilogy. Now, does his character need some redemption, and does his character deserve a whole shit ton of spec put on him? Yes. Does Rey's? Yes. It's not Daisy Ridley's fault. It's not John Boyega's fault. Their characters were not written well. Period, plain and simple. Do they both need a glow up? Yes. Can Lucasfilm be trusted to achieve the glow up? Only by the most optimistic of people at this point. So, fucking A. Believe it or not, despite all the spotty history, we could still be getting a full fucking trilogy featuring Rey Palpatine hyphen Skywalker. Matthew, the last film with this many rewrites for Lucasfilm was Indiana Jones 5, and that went through 2 directors and also bombed. But unfortunately, Josh was wrong because she wasn't gone. Lake and Ryle, the last season of The Mandalorian was meh. I mean, you won't get no argument from me there. Matthew says, Season 3 was bad. I have no desire to see Mando and Grogu. I'm not saying it might not be a fun movie. How would I know? I haven't seen it. I mean, true. While I do agree Season 3 was weak as fuck, the one season for me does not outweigh the awesomeness of the first 2. And I feel like Favreau and Filoni probably had more freedom with this than they had with Season 3 of Mando. Because at the time, there were a shit ton of rumors and reports going around about Favreau and Kennedy fucking going at it. Not in the good way. Why did I even... Why did I do that to myself? And I'm sorry, guys. But, anyway. And based on what we got in Mandalorian Season 3, I totally believe that. Because only a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes fuckery could have accounted for the drop-off in quality from Mando Season 2 to Mando Season 3. Like, there's no other logical explanation other than Kathleen Kennedy fuckery. So, I actually have hope for the Mandalorian and Grogu movie. I'm not, like, bursting with hope. You know, I'm not like, woo, Mandalorian and Grogu movie is going to fucking save Star Wars. Like, first of all, there's no way in fucking hell, I don't care how good that movie is, that could ever happen. For Star Wars to even begin to make a comeback, they would need such a long string of dubs, both in the theater and on Disney+. Yeah. So, yeah, Mando and Grogu will not be saving Star Wars. But if it's good enough and it's entertaining enough, it could be a Band-Aid on one of the smaller cuts. Out of one of the many thousands of cuts that that franchise has taken in the last 12 years since the purchase. Matthew says the movie's going to cost quite a bit to do it right. You need John Boyega and Oscar Isaac or one or both of them. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're going to, yeah. It depends on how creative they are, though. I mean, is it going to be, you know, 180, 200, 220 million dollar movie? Yeah, probably. But they don't need to be dropping, you know, 350, 400 million on it. That's just insane. But yeah, it definitely can't be just Rey and a bunch of new people. That ain't gonna work. You're gonna definitely gonna need Boyega. I would prefer both him and Poe being back, honestly, because you need your triumvirate. You know? Well, I guess you don't necessarily need a triumvirate, but as weak as the character of Rey is considered to be, in this case, you would need a triumvirate. So yeah, both Boyega and Oscar Isaac would be ideal. Lake and Rouse says, stop doing reshoots to save money. There's always, well, unless you're James Gunn, him bragging about not needing to do reshoots for Superman. The rest of fucking Hollywood always budgets in at least some reshoots, mostly having to do with what they may find in post-production. However, stopping excessive reshoots, that's what you're looking to do. You're not looking to do more reshoots than what the company has budgeted in. Because there's always some budgeted in. But yeah, it's the Doing so many reshoots, you're essentially making a second movie. Marvel Studios, Cap 4, Quantumania, Multiverse of Madness. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Worked for Multiverse of Madness for most people. We'll see if it works for Cap 4. So, we'll see. Whoopsie. Her box office is great. Well, again, that was before the reputation damage began. Money does talk, but it does not talk much after it's been a minute. And it definitely cannot be heard over the sound of pissed off fans. Deadpool 3 was trash, but made $1 billion. Deadpool 3 was not a perfect movie. It had a thin plot. It was a cameo fest. It had some weak CG in spots. But it was also the most entertaining movie Marvel fans had seen in forever. And probably just some people in general had seen in forever. Plus, we're talking about Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, who is basically universally loved and owns that character. And we're talking about Hugh Jackman Wolverine, who people have loved for a fucking quarter century almost. So yeah, that movie was going to make $1 billion regardless, unless it was like actually literal trash. But it was just good enough to not be trash and extraordinarily entertaining enough. And it came along at the right time where a lot of people had not been entertained as anywhere near as much as they would have liked to have been coming up to when that movie came out as well. So that's why that made $1 billion. Star Wars is like Jurassic Park. The movies print money. Yeah. To an extent. Although there's Solo. Are those runes on my hands? On this hand, yes. God damn it. Dropping shit. Sorry about that. Yeah, on this hand, yes. This is just Egyptian symbols. Do I like Twilight of the Gods by Zack Snyder? I haven't watched it yet, but it is on my list. Who has what, Justin? Matthew says, Daisy also hated the script for Last Jedi. So did John and Mark. They still did the work of professionals. Yes. Well, I mean, Mark snarked all over it. Jake Skywalker. Yeah. I mean, and then, you know, a few months later, he came out and towed the company line. Like, on the same stage as Rian Johnson. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, no. Mark fucking hated that shit no matter what he said later. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not sure why Daisy would have hated it, but who knows? I'm not surprised John Boyega hated it, because look what it did to him. So, oh, he got the bag. Are you talking Boyega? Yeah, if we see him working for Lucasfilm again, yeah, he definitely got 42,000 kinds of ways of he got paid huge. Sadly, Star Wars has made it where I don't care, says Justin. I know, bro. I know. Man, he says, I feel like nobody, JJ included, gave a crap about Rise of Skywalker. It felt like, let's get this done and over with, more so than Return of the Jedi ever did. Well, Rise of Skywalker was basically a desperation move after they fucked up Luke and pissed all of us off with The Last Jedi. And between that and the resulting angry bombing of Solo, was Solo a great movie? No. It was an alright movie. Solo is the Lucasfilm version of the Marvels. So most of the damage Solo took and most of the reason it didn't perform was the same reason the Marvels didn't really perform. It wasn't that it sucked that bad. It was that fandom was that pissed. So, Executive Judge, what's up, brother? How you doing? Glad you're back. Am I excited for the Agatha two-parter tomorrow? Yes, and we will be talking about Agatha. We're going to be here for a while. Buckle in, motherfuckers. Brooke says, cautiously optimistic on the Mando and Grogu movie. Yeah. Executive, Star Wars is far from saving now. Oh, yeah, that's... Even if, like, they literally cleaned house overnight tonight, got their whole new team in by the end of the week. Yeah, there's so much work to do. Far from saving is accurate. At least Marvel is slowly steering back in the right direction. Yes. Actually, it's not that they're... where to go? Okay, yeah. At least Marvel's slow. It's not that Marvel behind the scenes is not slowly steering back in the right direction. They've been doing it. The problem is there was so much bullshit still in the pipe that for us to deal with, that for us it seems like it's going slow. Behind the scenes, they're hauling ass and turning shit around and fixing it and tweaking it and making it dope, hopefully. But yeah, so far as what we're seeing, yeah, it's slow as fuck. Linger else says Agatha has no rewatch factor, but it's a decent first-time watch. I don't know about no rewatch factor. I mean, it's not like when it's done, it's not something I'm going to be like immediately rushing back to watch, except for maybe a couple scenes in episode 2. But it's also not something I'm not gonna rewatch either. Or not gonna not rewatch. Yeah, that. Okay, direct result for direct chat. Matthew says, I should be excited for Jimmy's Star Wars, but I just can't after Indiana Jones. Even Filoni aired the Empire with deepfake Han. Luke and Leia potentially leaves me cold. I mean... Jimmy. You mean Jon Favreau? You mean Johnny? I mean, he really didn't have anything to do with Indiana Jones that I can recall. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, I basically... I don't think about Indiana Jones 5 much, is pretty much what that boils down to. So, but yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee about Filoni's Heir of the Empire. There's no guarantee about any of that. I mean, especially since Filoni seems to be somewhat corrupted at this point by the dark side. Matthew says the Han Solo movie would have broken even if it was not shot twice. Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, that's right. That was basically a movie shot and then almost completely reshot. Still can't believe they told Aiden to not play Harrison. I mean, I can understand them telling him not to, like, ham it up with the Harrison stuff, but, like, completely disassociating himself from Harrison is definitely a stupid fucking call. But, you know, Lucasfilm. So there's that. The game's lit, Prez. Like, you can't just fly in here and be like, man, this game is lit, and then just leave it there. Bro, come on. Do that not. Executive Judge. I wasn't too crazy about Deadpool 3 like a lot of people, but it's still a good time. Were there a lot of people that weren't too crazy about it? I don't know about a lot of people. I mean, there's a reasonable chunk of people who were not able to overcome the technical flaws enough to enjoy it like most of us did. But, whatever. Enough people loved it to where it made $1.3 billion, so... Brooke says, Deadpool 3 is not the best MCU film. I mean, yeah, that's facts. That's Winter Soldier. But at least it had good action sequences and overall a fun film. Yeah, and see, that's the key. The fun film part. Fans needed fun at that point. We hadn't... Think about it. Deadpool Wolverine was the only MCU movie we were getting this year in 2024. Not the only Marvel movie, but the only Marvel Studios, Marvel Cinematic Universe movie this year. We had 3 movies from them last year. Quantumania, blah. Guardians Volume 3, yeah. And then the Marvels, which box office-wise said, blah. But as a movie, it was just, eh. But that's 2 out of 3 bombs going into this year. Plus all the stuff on Disney Plus we haven't been liking, Secret Invasion, She-Hulk, yada, yada, yada. The Marvel fandom was so ready for fun. That's the biggest reason Deadpool and Wolverine made $1.3 billion. We were just ready to have some fucking fun, bro. And that movie is fucking fun. It was the right mode, the right movie at the right time. And boom! 1.3 billion. Lake and Ryle says Ryan Reynolds was better in Blade Trinity as Hannibal King, the OG Deadpool. I mean, he was good in Blade Trinity, but he owns Deadpool. Like, he owns Deadpool. Brooke says Deadpool 3 is more like the step in the right direction. Yes. God damn it, chat. Fucking mouse. Okay. Wanted to check out Twilight of the Gods. Yeah, that, like I said, that's on my list. I think it looks dope. Matthew says some of these things flop that shouldn't, like Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Yeah, I still can't explain that one. I mean, I haven't seen it yet, but like it's fucking Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise. Like how? That one, like honestly, I haven't really paid too much attention to why that one didn't do well, because I'm not like cinema guy, I'm like nerd cinema guy. And even that's only to an extent, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, just in terms of that IP and the star, the fuck. That one was weird. Did not see that one coming. Matthew says, to me, Solo is the MCU Black Widow. You make an origin film after you killed the character, which is pointless, really. I mean, Black Widow... Well, first of all, Black Widow wasn't really an origin story. It was, well, I mean, it kind of was, but it was also, you know, it was definitely her own story. I don't know if it was so much an origin story. We basically knew her origin going in, at least through exposition. But yeah. I mean, the Black Widow movie was supposed to come out right after Winter Soldier. Or at least... Yeah, or at least at some point between Winter Soldier and Infinity War. Or not Winter Soldier, I'm sorry. Civil War. Yeah, that should have come out between Civil War and Infinity War. But it didn't. Why does Brie Larson get so much hate for saying the exact same thing Christian Bale said in 2018? Christian Bale, the actor, says there would be so much better films and so much more interesting stories if white dudes weren't running Hollywood. Probably because, number one, she just comes off like a Karen. I think that's a lot of it. She just comes off like a straight bitch. Like, she comes off very abrasive. I don't know her. I don't know if she actually really is abrasive. But, when she starts pontificating, she comes off as very abrasive. So I think that's the main reason. Gal Gadot, anyone who's not a feminist is sexist. Yeah, I don't know how she got out of that one. Griff, you out of work, bro? Yeah, Gal Gadot again in 22. Yeah, well, she was kind of irrelevant come 2022. No one give a fuck. Matthew says, especially for Han, they made him a joke and fall into an abyss at the end of Kylo's lightsaber after regressing as a character and be a common thief. Horrible. Yeah, I mean, yes, the mistreatment. The mistreatment of Disney Lucasfilm. Jesus fuck. Hold on. Lucasfilm's mistreatment of legacy characters is well established. Yes. Delta Dan says, give it to John and let Dave be number 2. I don't know if John has the right. John's more creative. You need the president of Lucasfilm needs to be a strong, business-minded person, but also be willing to defer to the creative side when it comes to what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Or green light, I mean. What should they sign the checks for and what they shouldn't sign the checks for? They should leave 90% up to the head creatives. That's where John and Dave come in. Dave's a creative. He is not a business executive. Personally, I wouldn't let Dave be number 2. I would leave Dave exactly where he's at as Chief Creative Officer. I would make Favreau Executive VP in charge of production, which would put him, if not directly above Dave, at least has his equal. Not quite sure how when corporate structures really start getting into themselves, it gets a little weird. So, yeah, that's what they really need to do. They need a business-minded actual president/CEO. John needs to be the executive VP in charge of production, and Dave needs to be CCO. Actually, I'm not even sure about Dave anymore. Like, I'm just not sure about Dave anymore. Why can't lightsabers cut through force fields? All right. I'm actually kind of glad you asked that, Lake and Ryle, because now I get to tap into my science geek side, and I get to expound on some shit I learned from Neil deGrasse Tyson on his Star Talk channel. So, why can't lightsabers cut through force fields? Lightsabers are plasma, which is a form of energy. Force fields are also a form of energy. In order for energy to be able to penetrate energy, it needs to resonate exactly properly in frequency. So, in order for a lightsaber to be able to cut through any force field that the user wants, the frequency of the saber would have to be adjustable. And you'd have to have the time to find the right frequency. And if you got your lightsaber out and are trying to get through a force field, you probably don't have that fucking kind of time. But yeah, in general, it's because the frequency of the plasma is not able to exactly match the frequency of said force field. And if energies do not match frequencies, they don't get to do much. So, God damn it. Justin, I disagree with the Solo take. Solo is such a meaningless movie and uncreative as well. I mean, it definitely could have been better, but even such as it was, it may have still lost money. It may have still have been a failure, but it would not have bombed so goddamn hard if people were not as pissed off as they were about The Last Jedi. I mean, it's still entirely possible, even probable, since it wasn't that good, that it still would not have done well at the box office. I'm totally willing to take that stance. I just think it wouldn't. I just think The Last Jedi made it way worse than it would have been if The Last Jedi hadn't pissed everyone off so much. Looking around, George Lucas ruined Star Wars with the midichlorians, kind of like Alien Xenomorph was ruined by Prometheus. Okay, first things, midichlorians. I know a lot of people hated the midichlorians when the prequels first came out. As I just went over, I'm a bit of a science geek, so I dug them. Like, I have zero problem with a symbiotic microbe allowing biological creatures to communicate directly through the Force. It actually, with the Force, it actually makes sense to me. So, and so far as Alien goes, I was never that deep into the lore. I just liked the movies, so I didn't really have that big a problem with it. But, I mean, for those steeped in Alien lore, I'm going to assume they were pissed off for a reason. You know, I'm not going to argue with them about it at all. Oh, right. James Mangold is Jimmy. My bad, Matthew. By the way, but who cares, right? His great filmography torpedoed by one movie. Yeah, he is overall, like, I would give him another shot. Like, I'm not going to judge Mangold by that one movie. I still blame Kathy more than I do him. What's up, Alan? Sorry, I'm just now saying hi. I'm scrolling slowly through chat, trying to catch up with y'all. But yeah, no, his resume is plenty strong enough to where I personally would have no problem with giving him another shot. Brooke says, oh yeah, speaking of Deadpool and Wolverine, hope we get to see more of Cassandra Nova in future MCU projects, like another variant of her. Yeah, I mean, that was cool. She was one of the problems, admitted problems with Deadpool and Wolverine, is she was underutilized. Like, she could have been written better. She could have done more. Justin, Black Widow would have been way better if it came out before Endgame. Yeah. Yeah, it needed to... What came out between Civil War and Infinity War? Ragnarok. It should have come out before Ragnarok as well, honestly. Because literally Ragnarok, like Infinity War literally picks up where Ragnarok ends, or, you know, very shortly after. Yeah, it should have come out. I know there's at least one movie between Civil War and Infinity War, wasn't there? Was that Ant-Man 2? No, that one, I don't fucking remember. But yeah, Black Widow should have come out between Civil War and Infinity War, or between in Civil War and Ragnarok. What's up, David? How you doing? Welcome in super late for you at night, as usual. What's up, C-Dub? What'd you miss? I shit on Star Wars about the Rey movie / Rey Trilogy for a while, and now I'm catching up with chat and answering questions and stuff. And you and Prez have both popped in here talking about the game, but I have yet to see anyone tell me There we go. Yeah, no, you're talking about the game, but no one's telling me a damn score. I'm not looking at my phone to see what the score is because I'm talking to you guys, so you have to help me. Just saying. Matthew says, in the old canon, they could cut through anything but Beskar. I disregard all and everything Disney including bleeding lightsabers. As I recall, they could not penetrate the shields of the droidicas. Executive Judge, me watching the Saber Force Field talk. Nerd! Me clicking on an Agatha Penguin discussion live stream. Oh, right. Yep. Oh, we'll get there. We will get to those two as soon as I catch up with chat and take a small pee break. Blake and Rao, Predator 2 is the most underrated movie in history. I haven't watched that movie in a long time. I know I enjoyed it. It's the Danny Glover one, so it's pretty cool. Most underrated in history? I don't think so. Is it very underrated? Yes. Transformers Prime, the animated series by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, is great. Cool. What's that on? Matthew says, of all the crazy things Lucas did, the only thing I really hate is Force Gods and Mortis. I'm pretty sure that was much more Filoni. Okay, I can't say pretty sure, but I think that was more Filoni than George, but I could be wrong. Maybe someone could, quote me an article or something. Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin is better than Star Wars. Almost identical movies, a hidden gem. Well, I'd have to see it to be able to agree or disagree on its quality versus Star Wars, but, that does actually kind of sound cool. Have I seen Fire and Ice? Closest thing, are you talking about Game of Thrones? Because I know the whole book series is called Song of Fire and Ice. But if that's not what you're referring to, I'm going to say no. Is the first 3 Star Wars just the UK, USA versus Germany, Hitler, but in space? No, not just. The Empire's uniforms were influenced heavily by the German World War II military, but George himself has said it was, for him, it was more analogous to our presence in Vietnam. Best Star Wars animated show. For me, it's close. Even though there's just a teeny bit of it, Tales of the Jedi is fucking dope. But it's still Clone Wars for me. What is the 4th best Star Wars movie? The Phantom Menace? Let me think here. No. For me, it's the OT top 3, and then immediately Revenge of the Sith would be for my 4th. What the fuck? What happened to my shit? Oh, am I really caught up? Holy shit, I'm actually fucking caught up. Are you serious right now? What? And no one has still put a fucking score in the chat for me? What the hell? Come on, guys. Executive Judge. Black Panther, Homecoming, Doctor Strange, Guardians 2, and Ragnarok in no particular order. Are you wanting me to order those? Because that would be Doctor Strange, Black Panther, Homecoming, Ragnarok, Guardians 2. How's the new job? Starts Monday. Monday's my first official day. So, I'll tell you next week. Andy says, Fire and Ice is a Frank Frazetta animation like Bakshi and very stylized like a Conan the Barbarian. Oh. Interesting. Okay, all these new little doodads that you guys are cluing me in on, first of all, thank you. And what would really be great is if you thanked me by hitting the like, the subscribe, and the notification bell. But then the second thing you guys could do is tell me where this shit is streaming, and so I can at least see if I can watch it. Was who wild in, Justin? Who are you talking about? No one's been wilding. I thought someone was going to be wilding for a second, but nope. All right, y'all. I need a new. I need a full beverage and an empty bladder. I'll be back in a little bit. Ooh, let's see if I remember the hotkey for that. Ooh, it is that one. Yay! Don't leave, pretty please. Don't leave. Oh, good. Oh no, he good. And we're back, baby. Y'all ready? Oops, wrong one. Let's do that. I'm done with that. I don't need that window anymore. Cool. Oh, that's not doing much, huh? Yeah. All right. It was an accident. You got 2 kids in the bath. Well, shit. Don't drop your phone. Your pocket took it. Oh, God. That's hilarious. Lake and Ralph getting beat the fuck up in his first visit here by your pocket, Delta Dan. What the shit?
Delta Dan does not represent the views of Chillin' in the Basement. His views and his accidental bans are his own.
All right. Will the DCU finally beat the MCU? Well, step 1, Superman better be goddamn successful. That is literally, once we know that. What's up, Travis? There's no way to even begin to answer that question until we see how Superman performs. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. Hold on. Whew. When you can feel that sneeze a-coming. Tell you. Who's replacing Gal Gadot? How do you actually pronounce it? Is it Gadot? Gadot? The fuck is it? Who's replacing her as Wonder Woman? Who the fuck knows? I don't even know if James Gunn knows yet. Honestly. And if he does, it hasn't leaked out. Matthew says they need to make a successful film first. That isn't Aquaman, which was tied to the Dead Universe. They haven't done squat at DCU yet. I mean, technically, no. The first thing they're actually doing, so far as the new canon is concerned, is Creature Commandos, the animated feature that comes out next month. That is TVMA. I believe it's next month. Someone check me on that. But I do believe it's next month. What do my runes mean? Yeah. This way. I gotta get used to this. I still suck at this. It is a PTSD. Now, I don't have... There's PTSD, which most people are familiar with, and which obviously concerns those who have gone through the absolute hell of a combat zone. However, there's something called complex PTSD. I didn't have room for the C, or I just didn't want something. I didn't want to have to do this, so you'd see my thumb. But that's what I have, complex PTSD. So, I got that. Matthew, of the 2 companies and Rocky projects, even MCU at its worst never failed as bad as DCEU or Snyderverse. The amount of flops is like Storybook and Epic. I mean, well, there weren't even that many DCEU movies. But yeah, Man of Steel was the only truly successful one. And the Egyptian symbols, I just like those ones. Those are just some of my favorites. That's all. Those are just straight decorative. I guess that's probably the best way to put it. Executive Judge. After Secret Wars, the competition between MCU and DCU is on. Well, again, that all depends on Superman. Because if Superman bombs, ain't nobody gonna give a fuck about anything that comes after that. Lake and Ryle, En Sabanur, a.k.a. Apocalypse in X-Men Evolution, is my favorite character. Nice. Yeah, I like me some Apocalypse. I've never actually watched Evolution. A lot of people have panned on that motherfucker. So, I mean, obviously I need to watch it myself for my actual complete own opinion. Let's just say, the reviews of others have dampened my, have put it farther down on the list of shit I need to watch. I'll just put it that way. Thoughts on Ballerina John Wick? As good as The Long Kiss Goodnight? Gina Davis? Well, I don't know. It's not out yet, so I couldn't tell you. I fucking love The Long Kiss Goodnight, though. That movie's great. By the way, Chad, if none of you have seen that, it stars Gina Davis and Samuel L. Jackson, and it's fun. It's not like quality cinema. It's just a fun action movie, and if you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. Best Batman movie, The Dark Knight. No hesitation, no equivocation, no backing down. It's The Dark Knight. Okay. Let's talk Agatha. You guys ready to talk some Agatha? Got the 2-episode season finale tomorrow evening. And we are coming off episode 7, which is basically the Lilia episode, which is also the best episode of the season so far, in my opinion. And I think it's getting good. Now, before we get into specifics of stuff, I've had this thought for the last few days, and I haven't really had a chance to share it. So here we go. Now, as we all know, Agatha All Along is a show conceived, produced, and executed in Phase 4. That bitch has been on the shelf for over a year. Right? So, of course, we were suspicious of it because it came from Phase 4. A perfectly legitimate feeling to have. Like, what the hell is this? Why are we still even putting this out after it's been on the shelf for so damn long? What is the point? And then we got the show. And it's actually good. Surprisingly good. Shockingly good. It's like, what the hell? This is a Phase 4 show in essentiality. Forget about when it was actually released. It's a Phase 4 show. But I got to tell you, folks, now the showrunner, but the head writer, Jack Schaefer, also the lead writer for WandaVision and essentially the showrunner. Despite the fact that this show was done in Phase 4, she was getting it back then. She was understanding how things were going back then. Why do I say that? Well, first of all, let's just look at episode 7 by itself. I mean, this whole show has flowed well. It's been paced well. It's been written well. The characters have depth. You know, it's entertaining. It's enjoyable to watch. But the just one little interaction that I was like, God damn, I like this lady. And it was this. When it was just Agatha and Billy in the latest challenge, you know, when Agatha's the Wicked Witch of the West and Billy is Maleficent. I think it was after Lilia and Jen showed up. Billy made some joke about, you know, the part of the tarot ritual is somebody making queries, Query, or plural Queris, and you saw this if you watch it with the captions on, which I do, so I can, you know, catch hints, because they will give shit away in the captions. he made a joke about it, about, the tarot thing, the tarot reading needing queries, QW or QUEERs. And, not a surprising joke. It may have been a joke I might have made if I was allowed to. But the joke was made, and the next shot was a cut to Agatha and her going, So even Jack Schaefer, that told me that Jack Schaefer, even back in Phase 4, understood that there is a point at which the message you're trying to send overcomes the story and becomes cringe and cheesy. And just by having Billy make that joke and showing Agatha's response to it tells me that Jack Schaefer understands this and understood it back then. That's the key part. She understood it back then, when it seemed literally nobody else at Marvel did. And no one at Lucasfilm still does. Right? So, between that and just the quality of Agatha All Along to this point, we cannot make final judgment until after tomorrow night. By this point tomorrow night, we will know if if Agatha as a show was fully successful. And I say we can't call that yet because, as we know, Marvel on Disney Plus does not have the best record when it comes to finales. Hell, they don't even have the best record as the just in the shows in general, but definitely when it comes to the finales. So there is still that legitimate concern. However, setting that aside, Jack Schaefer fucking gets it. She gets how to write a story. She gets how to balance the story with the commentary she wants to make. Because she's making commentary. Let's not delude ourselves about that. There is plenty of commentary being made in this show. But, and here's the key, it is organically woven into the story. That's the difference between this show and a lot of other shows all over the place, whether they're nerdy shows or not. That's the key. She made the points she wanted to make organic to the story. That is why this show is successful. Where the witchy show in the studio across the street failed miserably. Which is make your point organic to the story. So, now, another quick note before we get into what we think is going to happen tomorrow. Were Kevin Feige to decide to do a little bit of restructuring in terms of just the creative team, and if he were to appoint character czars, Jack Schaefer gets Agatha and Wanda, and she gets this group of characters that she's involved with between WandaVision and Agatha. Like, she gets them. If Kevin were to do character czars, those are her characters. What do I mean by character czars? Well, that would be one writer who has their own group of characters that they know really well and have proven that they can write really well. And they will be given the story beats that they need to, follow. And then they will do that. If it's a team-up movie, they will work on that shit together along with whoever is in charge of the overall concept. Yeah, am I making sense? You following me here? So, before we get into predictions, let me catch back up with the chat real quick. Oh, good. I'm not too far behind. There we go. Answered that one. Best ever superhero TV show. Smallville? The Boys? Well, I don't know if The Boys count so much as a superhero TV show, but if you're talking comic book TV shows, regular broadcast television, streaming services. X-Men 97. X-Men 97. Where is the other brother in Agatha? Tommy. I will answer that when we discuss predictions. I will get back to Tommy. Don't worry. Executive Judge says, haven't been this excited for an MCU finale since Loki Season 2. Hopefully it lives up. Yeah. I agree with all of that. No. X-Men 97. That's the one that I've been most excited for in recent memory. Who is more important, Chthon or Mephisto? Mephisto is, and here's why. Chthon is. Let me make sure I get this right, because I'm going off memory of one of Rob's videos here, and some other shit I've heard. Chthon is one of the original elder gods of Earth. There's him. There's Sidorak, the guy whose bands creates the Juggernaut, and a few others whose names escape me. Mephisto is sort of the MCU equivalent to Satan, although there are other more powerful demonic entities. But yeah, he rules his own little evil demonic dimension that he does call hell. I would say Mephisto is more important because I believe in the end he's more powerful, especially if he gets someone in his own dimension where he has ultimate power. And he has the ability to be a lot more active in the universe at large than Chthon does. Any influence Chthon has now has to be achieved through intermediate means. Mephisto can act directly. Unless I'm misunderstanding some shit or misremembering some shit. But if I'm remembering right, then at least for me, Mephisto is more important. Delta Dan, what are your thoughts on Penguin / Agatha Chillin'? They are both really good shows for different reasons. But yeah, I'm enjoying the shit out of both of them. Basically. Those are my overall thoughts. Brooke says, Agatha's been pretty good, much better than I thought. I think Agatha's been much better than probably 98% of people in general thought it was going to be. Can Wanda still defeat Captain Marvel without a power boost from the Darkhold or the Chthon Temple? In a contest of pure, thumping power, no. But Wanda is a reality warper. So, if she can employ that in a way to make Captain Marvel's, brute force power less relevant, then, yeah, Wanda can defeat her. Is Wanda dead? Yes and no. Her body is for all intents and purposes dead, but I do not believe her consciousness is gone. Kind of a cop-out answer, but also, I think, reality. Oops. Jumanji, Robin Williams is an underrated Ouija board movie. Is that movie underrated? I thought that movie's pretty fucking loved. Matthew says, I think Kevin is the best Batman. I am vengeance. I am the knight. I am Batman. That was a shitty impersonation, I know. But yeah, Kevin Conroy was dope. And as a voice of Batman, yes. And I'm sure there are many, many people who agree with you. For me, it's still Bale. Michael Keaton did for Batman what Daniel Craig did for James Bond. I don't think that's a good analogy because Michael Keaton was the first Batman on a movie screen. Or did they make a movie version of the Adam West and Burt Ward Batman? I can't remember. Maybe they did. While Michael Keaton did really kick off the Batman cinematic fervor in modern times, I still would not say he's the best Batman. Just in terms of how he's presented. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Batman 1989. I love that movie. But, yeah. Matthew says, Mark Hamill is the best Joker. When I read the comic, I hear his voice. But his voice did age to a point where he can't do it anymore, yeah. Wish he could have done it forever, but 20 years is long. Yes, more than 20 years is definitely a long fucking time, especially for that. Zatanna is DC Wanda, right? I have no fucking clue. I've heard of her, but I don't know much about her because I'm much more, my knowledge is much more on the Marvel side than the DC side, and both are paltry, but my Marvel knowledge is less paltry. Brooke says, my favorite live-action Batman are Christian Bale's Batman and Ben Affleck's Batman. 2022 Batman was pretty good, too, in my opinion. Battinson's all right. I will say the second time I watched Battinson, I liked the movie more than the first time I watched it. I will say that. But yeah, just in terms of overall Batman, yeah. DC makes better TV shows than the MCU. Yeah. Overall, yeah. I mean, that is true. They do have a much better overall track record. For sure. Isn't Cthulhu the first master of black magic on Earth? Yeah. I'm not 100 on that. I just know he was an elder god. Are we ever going to get a comic accurate Juggernaut? I would say our best shot at getting a Juggernaut who is granted his abilities by the bands of Sidorak. I'd say we have our best shot in the Mutant Saga. Because all the other, outside of the teeny little bit of a cameo we got of him in Deadpool and Wolverine, the only Juggernaut we've gotten has been from Fox. So, and again, that Juggernaut, while neither of the Fox versions, I believe when it comes down to it, just another dude, they got to stand there and do whatever, that still would have been the Fox version anyway. So, even though Deadpool and Wolverine's technically an MCU movie, it's about Fox characters. So yeah, best chance is next phase. We'll see after Secret Wars. Delta Dan says both Agatha and Penguin have been pleasant surprises for me. I would call Agatha a pleasant surprise. Just from the trailers, I thought Penguin was going to be good, but I fucking love Gangland Mafia shit. So as soon as the trailers gave me the kind of, gangster mafia vibe that I like, I was like, I'm not surprised that Penguin's this good. Okay, yeah, Batman 68 is the first feature if you don't include film serials. Okay, 66, yeah. Lake and Rouse says Batman Forever was decent. Val Kilmer and Jim Carrey. It was alright. I mean, I enjoyed it, but honestly, I think Tommy Lee Jones is the one that really made me like that movie. I fucking love Tommy Lee Jones, bro. Thoughts on Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer? I think both those movies are overhated in general. I would not say either of them are, like, really good. But I enjoy them. But I will say, so far as Rise of the Silver Surfer specifically, fuck them for giving me Cloud Galactus. That was that movie's biggest fuck up. Cloud Galactus? What the actual fuck is that bullshit? Gotham TV show is okay. I enjoyed it. C-Dub, Yanks finally decided to show up. God damn it. I wanted a sweep so bad. Game 5 tomorrow night. It's wild that the Dodgers nearly swept the Yanks without Ohtani pitching. I know. The Crow versus Blade. Which is better? Ooh. Ooh. I would say, obviously, that's more of a subjective question depending on what you're looking for, but for me, the Crow. I love fucking Blade, but I love the Crow more. Matthew says, Superman 78 is a version I know, Christopher Reeve, and it became such a template that everyone only thinks Silver Age Superman is the only Superman. Yeah, there's a whole article out there in Inverse Magazine. I think Josh covered it in one of his streams, but it's about the entire history of Superman, and that the Silver Age Superman is, while the one most people know, thanks to, like you said, the Reeve Donner Superman. Snyder wasn't wrong. At the end of Man of Steel. If you really dig into the history of Superman,
Snyder wasn't wrong.
Travis says, I wouldn't mind Penguin going in a Scarface direction where he's forced to do something against his code, getting everyone against him, and the only one who can help him is Batman. You mean as opposed to getting wiped out at the end like Scarface did? That'd be interesting. I mean, that they could be going that direction, honestly, because right now everyone is against Penguin. Especially Sophia standing there with that fucking crowbar. Holy shit. It'd be interesting. I don't know. I kind of like how they're doing it now. Honestly. Where he'd be more of a rival to Batman. Because I think the direction they're going is by the time this is over, and it might not even be completely finished till the Batman Part 2, Penguin's going to end up being the criminal overlord of Gotham. So rather than needing the Batman's help, he's going to be his main opponent until they introduce Joker. C-Dub says Dodgers are going to be a dynasty these next 5+ years. I mean, you got a shot. Hate the Yanks also. I'm an NL guy chilling. See, I'm a Tigers fan, so I'm still an AL guy, but fuck the Yankees. Like we Tigers fans, we fucking hate the Yankees. We fucking hate them. Fucking hate them. So yeah, fuck the Yankees. Travis says, best part of Rise of Silver Surfer is the surfer himself. Faux show, but the movie itself feels like a studio-mandated mess. When I saw Doom step on that surfboard as a kid, I thought it looked dumb. Well, first of all, you're obviously younger than I am because I was an adult when those movies came out. But yeah, it definitely has a studio-mandated, what the fuck, it just get that damn thing out feel to it. Although not as bad as the 2015 Fantastic Four. Other than the Thing being appropriately humongous, that movie was ass. Especially that Doom. Oh my god. Mortal Kombat versus Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. Which is better? Oh my god, dude. I haven't watched. I don't know that I've watched Big Trouble in Little Chinatown or Big Trouble in whatever. I know what movie you're talking about. It's that old ass Kurt Russell movie, I think. And I literally haven't watched that since the 80s. So couldn't even tell you at this point. SG-1 versus Star Trek TV series, which is better? Which Star Trek TV series? You talking the OG? SG-1. If you're talking Next Generation. Next Generation. SG-1 beats every other Stargate series or Star Trek TV series, maybe outside of the Next Generation. The Book of Koba Pot. I mean, kinda. There's no crying in baseball. Ain't nobody. Well, I mean, the tears of Yankees fans taste delicious. Matthew says, Star Trek, the original series, over all other Star Trek except the first 6 films. Everyone ranks 5 differently. Most prefer it wasn't canon. Star Trek 5, I try not to even think about that movie ever. Next Generation is cool, though. Deep Space Nine, Kurtzman Trek, I can live without. Yeah, not fun. Not fun at all. Except for season 3 of Picard, and that was because Kurtzman was not really dealing with it, and that was Terry Matalas, who, by the way, is the showrunner for Vision Quest. So, though I used to enjoy the JJ films only as a non-canon offshoot, now I can't even the lens flares are too much. I mean, I kind of like them. And just as entertainment, I enjoy the JJ films. The Kelvin timeline, as they like to call it, doesn't bother me too much at all. Into Darkness is overhated. Oh, definitely. I totally agree with that. But I'm also a bit of a Benedict Cumberbatch stan, so there's that too. Now, Star Trek Beyond was not good. Travis says, 2015 Doom looked like someone lubed a G.I. Joe with some Nickelodeon slime, shoved it into a rubber, then microwaved it. Someone lubed a G.I. Joe with some Nickelodeon slime, shoved it into a rubber, and then microwaved it. You know? I can see that. I can definitely see that. Brooke says, I remember starting Star Trek Next Generation. Definitely going to finish it at some point. First Stargate movie was decent. Yeah, that was enjoyable. You should definitely check out SG-1, though, bro. Now, you finish the Next Generation first, but you need to... SG-1 needs to be reasonably high up on your list. I'll just... That. Brooke also says, I have yet to see the 2015 Fantastic Four. Take your time. You're not missing much. Lake and Rao says Avengers Payday, a.k.a. Avengers Doomsday, is going to flop. Anything's possible. That's not something I would bet on by any stretch of the imagination, but it is possible. Iron Man Armored Adventures animated series has the best Doctor Doom. See, I haven't watched that particular Iron Man series yet. Well, hello, sir. Hi. Ah, yes, that point, Lake and Ryle. Let me address that for you. Everything the Russos have done recently have been trash. Yeah, their record lately has been garbage. This is undeniable. However, let us not forget that all of those were not under Feige and the Marvel system. And also not written, well, actually I think one of them they did work Marvel's feeling. Anyway, those were all done outside the Marvel system. Everything they've done inside the Marvel system has been fucking gold. Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, Endgame. That is Feige, the Russos, Marcus and McFeely. Oh, and let's not forget RDJ. Now let's look at Doomsday. Feige, the Russos. Only Stephen McFeely, but still one of that duo. And oh yeah, RDJ. Is it possible they fuck it up bad enough for it to flop? But yes. Is it likely? No. It is not likely. Oh, Civil War is the bomb, Brooke. Griff, SGU is pretty good, just way too short. Yeah, well, the core fandom didn't like that one very much. And that company actually listened. Best part of F4 2015, says Travis, is the opening bit with them as kids. Then everything up until them arriving on the planet is watchable but messy. Then it turns to trash. I mean, that's a pretty good summary. Pretty good summary. Agatha will have to defeat Death in the finale. Defeat? Yeah, she may have to win a fight with her. Agatha will sacrifice herself to save Billy against death. No. First of all, Agatha is going to be back after this show. Jack Schaefer is not done with her. Also, Death has no reason to come after Billy. Unless she's got some kind of beef with Wanda. Yeah, Death has no reason to go after Wiccan at all. Travis says, I do love the fact that the Fantastic Four are drunk when they steal the ship and teleport to the planet. I mean, that, yeah. Man, that first teaser they released made the movie look epic. Oh, I know. Like, see, that's, and that's still the case today. Hollywood, oh, excuse me. Good God. Sorry about that. Hollywood seems to be really good at making good trailers that I should say more and more often don't lead to good movies or shows. It's kind of a bummer. Like you love to see a good trailer because it gets you hyped up for whatever the trailer's about. But on the other hand, lately, trailers are sus anymore. Wanda is in hell as Doctor Strange 2 showed that fireplace. Not really sure. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. They could use her to introduce Mephisto, potentially. That is one way they could go. Billy cheated. I don't know that Billy cheated necessarily. Technically, he was supposed to disappear with the hex, but somehow that little chunk of the hex manifested into a soul, souls by their nature want a body to live in. And it just so happened that there was this kid in the back of a car named William Kaplan who ended up getting in an accident and died literally right in Billy's proverbial lap. So, yeah, that's basically how that one worked. It wasn't so much that Billy cheated, it was just kind of the way things worked out for him, for the most part. C-Dub says, I really want Tommy to be Ralph Boner. You don't say that. Please, no. And I also highly doubt it. But also, please, no. Matthew says, I sort of enjoyed Force Awakens to a point, just not how Han died. Rise of Skywalker made me question why I was ever a fan of JJ. Yeah. And I let the ending of Lost and Alias slide. They were garbage. See, I never finished Lost, and I haven't watched Alias in so long that I don't remember how good or bad the finale will be. Cedar says, I doubt it will be. Yeah, but it would be a solid payoff. Otherwise, I just don't see how they will ever pay off the boner. I see how they can. I just don't know if they will. I think one way they can would be to bring him back to help with the search for Tommy. You know, and then they could do interesting things with him under those circumstances for sure. Now, will they ever? Hopefully. Lake and Rao, Wanda movie will be Wanda being used by Chthon to get into the real world. Then she'll have to sacrifice herself to save Earth from him. I mean, that's possible. More than likely, the Wanda Solo movie will not be coming out until after Secret Wars. So, they literally say it was against the rules to take over a body like that. Yeah. But again, we're dealing with, like, death deals with, like, you know, souls like ours, like, you know, born into a human, lived in a human till humans die, and then off they go. Billy isn't that. He was a hex creation that by some weird ass miracle somehow got enough soul like properties to hop into a body. So it's not quite the same. Trevor says, Wanda's Inferno, or the 9 Hexes of Hell, would be a good concept for a sequel. Wanda is in literal hell and has to earn her way back to life. Maybe a game of Battleship or Twister against death. Well, if it's Wanda versus Rio, then I vote Twister. Matthew says, I actually liked Into Darkness in IMAX. Everyone hated it for remaking Wrath of Khan. Star Trek fans voted it the worst ever. See, I liked the fact that they did Khan. They got the essence of Khan right, while not trying to make Benedict Cumberbatch into Ricardo Montalban. Surprised they didn't use Morgan Le Fay. I mean, a lot of people thought that's who she was going to be until Funko Pop fucked up and told everyone who she was by releasing her Funko in Europe early. I think it was Europe. It was overseas for sure. I'll say that. It was definitively not here. Have we had the real Enchantress in the MCU? I don't think so. There's a certain section of people, or some people think that maybe Sylvie might end up being the Enchantress. But as for sure, no, we have not. Matthew said, come on, man. I mean, with Generations and Insurrection and Star Trek V and Nemesis, Into Darkness was voted worst. I mean, yeah, there are definitely worse movies out there under the Star Trek banner than Into Darkness. Especially Star Trek V. Fucking shit. What do I think the likelihood is that Agatha ends up being the reason Wanda comes back? The sole reason? No. a significant contributor, I think that's a pretty high likelihood. See, oh, you're talking about, yeah, Lost in Alias. Okay. Agatha predictions. And then we're going to talk about Venom in the box office, and then we get in the fuck out. Although, I don't know about y'all, but I'm fucking having some fun right now, y'all. How you guys doing with this? You having fun? I'm having fucking fun. Okay, so 2-episode finale tomorrow night. Vision Quest has Elizabeth Olsen in it. That's rumored. It has not been confirmed. Not been confirmed. So, what is going to happen? How will this show end? Well, I'll tell you how I think it ends. A lot of people think and justifiably want some Wanda at the end. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. Here's what I think and why. What I think they're going to find at the end of the Witch's Road, as this is Billy's quest, essentially, down the Witch's Road, despite Agatha wanting to go down there and get her power back, Billy's quest is to find his brother. And as we found out early in the season, at the end of the Witch's Road, you find what you want most. And in this last episode, we already know that Billy doesn't really consider Wanda his mom, which totally triggered all the Wanda stans on Twitter, and it was hilarious. But so we know Billy's interest does not lie with mommy. Billy's interest lies with his brother, Tommy. So what he wants most is to find his brother. Now, do I think it's going to be that simple? Oh, hell no. I don't think he's going to actually find Tommy at the end. What I think he will find is what Tommy looks like and approximately where to find him. And then some shit's going to go down for sure between Agatha and Rio. I don't know how that's going to turn out. But there's going to be some past trauma worked out between those two, I'm sure. But, yeah, we're not going to get Wanda. We're not going to get Mephisto. We're not going to get anyone like that. In my mind. In my mind, we are going to get what Tommy looks like and kind of where he's at. Where to start looking is what we're going to get. So, that's what I think we're going to get. What exactly is going to happen between Agatha and Rio, besides them working some stuff out and, please God, kissing and making up? I don't know how far that's going to get. I'm sure that's going to set something up, probably to help contribute to the search for Tommy. Yeah. C-Dub, chillin'. Just for argument's sake, what would be upsetting if Tommy took over Ralph's body just as Billy did? I mean, they are both speedsters. I don't know if it'd be upsetting per se. It just wouldn't make any sense. Especially since when in that meeting in that garage, that's already Billy Maximoff inside William Kaplan's body at that point. So if his brother was in Boner, plus he's a mind reader, naturally, Billy Maximoff is. I don't see how that would work if Tommy was in the Boner. Like, he would have found his brother right then and there. So, upsetting? No. Not make much sense? To me, yeah, wouldn't make much sense. Agatha will link to Vision Quest. Matter of fact, yes, I do believe you are. Or you're correct. And I'm going to get to that. Travis, not a Trek fan at all, but some of those episodes are so creative, and Search for Spock on its own is really good. Probably the best of that. Will you two knock it the fuck off? Smokey, quit being a bitch. Fucking cats. Probably the best of that bunch of films, I think. I mean, it's right up there. Personally, Wrath of Khan is my favorite. I fucking love the Wrath of Khan. Billy is in the Young Avengers. Post credits, the Marvel's Young Avengers. I don't remember Billy. No, post credits in the Marvels was Monica over in the Fox X-Men universe, or what we think is the Fox X-Men universe. There was that one scene before, right at the end of the movie, where what's her butt? Kamala finds herself Haley Steinfeld's character. Wow, brain farting on her character name. I mean, maybe you saw Billy's name as you're scrolling through the tablet. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But yeah, I'll get to Billy in terms of Young Avengers and shit here in a minute. Matthew, to me, Beyond was just not good, and I like Jayla and Bones and Spock and the Franklin, but it just never came together, and it's probably the worst easily in terms of boringness. Everyone goes TMP. I don't know what the fuck that means, but yeah, it was definitely the weakest of those three for sure, and a weak entry in the overall Star Trek cinematic lineup. It's not a universe. Lake and Rao, Patty Guggenheim Madison in She-Hulk looks like Elizabeth Olsen. Well, she looks like Elizabeth Olsen thicked up a bit is what she looks like. Because Elizabeth Olsen is gorgeous, but she is not as curvy as Ms. Guggenheim is. Mephisto is Ali G in Ironheart. Yep, that's allegedly. Kang has messed up the MCU. Well, Kang is a complete non-factor anymore. But, well, the way Marvel handled Kang fucked up phases 4 and 5 for sure. A Namor origin movie like Aquaman would be great. Yeah, the dude playing him has some potential naughty boy issues. What have you? He just started being a mind reader, though? Oh, no. By the time he'd hit that garage, he'd been Billy for 3 years. He had plenty of practice of being a mind reader by then. He says, I also think Patrick and Bill had great chemistry, but I still despise Kirk's death. Generations was terrible, but Malcolm McDowell is fantastic in it. I'd have to rewatch it, honestly. I don't remember not liking it, but it literally has been forever since I've watched that movie. So honestly, I could not give you a accurate evaluation. Will we have any significant cameo tomorrow? Let's see. We're not getting Mephisto. I'm 99 on that. I don't see us getting Wanda. Maybe Vision. For a reason. I think he's the best bet. Of any. I think he's the best bet. Travis Mitchell. William Shatner wrote his own Star Trek novels to resurrect Kirk after generations, which is the most insane ego move I've ever seen. Haha. I've seen more insane ego moves, but that the committer of said moves is not a subject for this channel. I'm sure you can figure it out. How does Avatar make so much money? Part 2 was meh. Because everyone fucking loves James Cameron, and everyone fucking loved the first Avatar movie. Now, when we get to Avatar 3, we will see how much of the Avatar 2 audience agreed with you. We have Charlize Theron now as a magic user. Yeah, she's Clea. Daughter of Dormammu. Matthew says it was visually stunning, but weak on story. Avatar 2. Not interested in Smurf 3, 4, and 5. C-Dub says, I think Monica Rambeau and Beast have a slim chance of scooping Billy up in the end of Agatha. I honestly don't see any, personally, I don't see, one, any reason for it, and two, any way of them pulling it off where it would make any kind of sense with the future projects coming up. Like, why would they even bother? Oh. Wait. No, yeah, why would they even bother? Maddie says, I'd rather get more Battle Angel movies, but the first one flopped. Actually, I think I've heard... I don't know if it's worth anything, but I've run across here and there rumblings that they might make a second one anyway. Now, I don't know. I can't remember if that's from anyone reputable or anything like that. I just heard a smidgy here and there. But I wouldn't put any money on or quote me on anything like that. Why would Monica Rambeau and Beast even come scoop Billy up? The only reason I can think of as to why Earth 10005, aka the Foxverse, aka the current home of Wolverine, Deadpool, Monica, Beast, Binary, and the mentioned Charles Xavier. Unless they're having an issue with their Wanda, I have no idea why they would even give a shit about Billy. I can understand A38 having an interest in, well, I mean, they've got their own Billy. They never really, they never really said in Multiverse of Madness if that Billy and Tommy had powers, did they? But yeah, A38 has access to their own Billy. I mean, unless there's no Billy in Earth 10005 and Wanda's doing weird shit there too, and they need some kind of leverage. It's the only thing I can think of. Which movie's better? Edge of Tomorrow, Tom Cruise versus Back to the Future versus Mummy, Brandon Fraser. Well, I never got around to watching Edge of Tomorrow. So I'm going to take that one out of my consideration. And between Back to the Future and Brendan Fraser Mummy, it's the Mummy. I fucking love that movie. I love Back to the Future, but I fucking love the Mummy. Matthew says, not even the slightest bit interested in another Terminator. Dark Fate terminated the franchise. I mean, I'd be curious to see what Cameron comes up with. You know? Travis says, I think Avatar Kin of Kindle would have been a better title than Avatar Fire and Ash, but that's just my non-screenwriter opinion. Kin of Kindle. I mean, it's got the alliteration that a lot of people find catchy. So, best ever DC movie. I think it's still The Dark Knight for me. But Man of Steel's fucking right up there, bro. Monica was in WandaVision and knows about her kids. True. They're also building a new team of young Avengers. Yeah, but they're building the new team of young Avengers in the 616. We have no idea what's going on in Earth 10005. One thing I'm not sure of, though, is whether Monica would be aware of Wanda's demise. She should be. Multiverse of Madness came out way before the Marvels did. I mean, unless she didn't hear anything while she was up in Sword. But I'm no. News of Wanda's apparent passing would have gotten all over the place. So... Lake and Ralph, for me, the best superhero movie is X2. I mean, that one's pretty fucking good. Have I seen Terminator, the Sarah Chronicles TV series? Not all the way through. Matthew Gaudette, they messed up the Dark Phoenix story twice. I hope Disney doesn't make another one. Oh, they will. There's no way Feige's not going to try and get that right. There's no way Feige's not going to try and get that right. It's just not how he thinks. I mean, we know how desperate he is to get the Fantastic Four right, or get the Fantastic Four correct, right? I guarantee he feels the same way. I mean, that was a. I mean, if you want to count it by cast, then that was a 2-time flopper. If you want to count it by films, that's a 3-time flopper. Or 3 times not well respected. So, Feige wants to fix that, and I guarantee he wants to fix the Dark Phoenix story too. And I guess we'll see if we want him to after we see the Fantastic Four end of next July. Lincoln Rouse says, if you like The Mummy, you will love Deep Rising. Same team for the movie. Ooh. The way Kevin Costner dies in Man of Steel is so dumb. I mean, I didn't say the movie was perfect, just that I liked it a lot. Wanda has killed so many. Can she come back? In terms of morality, I mean, anyone can be redeemed, honestly. I mean, Darth Vader got redeemed. I think he's killed a lot more people than Wanda, at least so far. Thoughts on Gladiator 2? Will it be good? Spartacus Blood and Sand is better than Gladiator 1. Oh, I fucking love the Spartacus series. I love the Spartacus series on Starz. Oh my god. I think it's got a good chance to be good. People that I pay attention to have been hearing nothing but good things about it from you know, test screenings and shit. Evidently, it's testing really well. So it's got a pretty good shot at being really good, I think. C-Dub says, historically speaking, we haven't gotten any really cool cameos in the Disney Plus MCU finales. Yeah. And based on a lot of those finales, they probably could have fucking used it. Remember a boxing movie called Gladiator in 1992 with Cuba Gooding Jr.? Yes, I do remember that. That is also a movie I enjoy immensely. Gladiator 2 without Maximus is pathetic. I mean, I can see why. I can understand why people would look at it that way. That's true. I don't know if you can really say that sight unseen, like with 100% certainty, but I can understand the sentiment 100%. Travis says The Dark Knight Rises and Joker have to be up there for me. I hesitate to say Zack Snyder Justice League, but there's too many good things in that movie. I mean, Dark Knight Rises good, still not as good as The Dark Knight for me. Joker, I mean, it made $1 billion and it's a decent movie, but it's only decent for me. The Snyder Cut, I fucking love the Snyder Cut, but none of them for me hold a candle to The Dark Knight. Dark Knight 1, Man of Steel 2, the rest can fucking fight it out for all I give a shit. Russell Crowe made that movie, so did Joaquin Phoenix. I mean, yeah, they were both really fucking good. Travis says, Kingpin and Hawkeye was probably the best cameo in any of the shows. In terms of cool, relevant characters, yes. That was a weird-ass fight they had at the end, though. Like, with the fucking arrows poking out of them, and that was goofy. But in terms of just, like, overall character quality and importance, yes. They need to give us an alternate ending for Game of Thrones. I think we all just need to stop thinking about the ending of Game of Thrones. The Hobbit and An Unexpected Journey, underrated. I mean, I enjoy it. First Gladiator movie was so good, says Brooke. Yes, it definitely was. It won the best Oscar. How do I know? Because What's-Her-Fuzz said Gladiator when announcing Best Picture winner. All right. Matthew says the ending of Dark Knight Rises where Batman settles down makes no sense. He never would do that. I do like happy endings, though, but let's marry Catwoman and abandon Gotham. Yeah, that's why I like The Dark Knight better. One of the reasons. I mean, as for happy endings, who doesn't love a happy ending? Anywho. Speaking of less popular movies, says Travis, with the same title as popular ones, when people say Vision Quest, I think of the wrestling movie with Matthew Modine. Well, that makes one of us, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. If Cap 4 doesn't give Sam some formula, it'll be dumb. Fighting a Hulk, no serum. Prepare for dumb. He's not getting it. I can tell you that right now. He ain't getting it. Falling Down, Michael Douglas versus Joker 1. Falling Down. But not by much. But Falling Down. All right. Gonna pull something up here. Oops. Here we go. What? Oh. Okay, cool. This is what I want. Yes! Okay. Okay. Matthew. What the stream? How the fuck did that happen? Oh, you know what? I'll bet you I hit my hotkey. On accident. Is that how that's going to work? Every time I type something into my search bar over here, I'm going to hit my hotkey and do weird shit. I got to figure that shit out. Okay. Have to keep that in mind. Either that or I want to make sure I have literally everything pulled up that I even possibly could need beforehand. It'd be annoying as shit. Okay. Anyway, all right. After I read Travis's chat, I'm getting into this fucking box office for Venom. Okay. Maddie says, what's his name was supposed to be the Robin version of Batman? Joe Gordon-Levitt? Yep, that was him. Maybe even Nightwing in Nolanverse. Yeah. Yeah, he popped up in that, and then they hinted at some shit, and then obviously they did nothing. Batman Beyond movie needed. Yes. Travis says, I'd argue he didn't abandon Gotham as he knew John Blake would take the reins and needed a responsibility that helped his pain. Bruce had given everything and was doing right by Alfred, I think. I mean, that's definitely a consideration. I think it would have been better if they showed John Blake taking more steps towards taking over. Like, a little blurb of him doing shit and, some kind of little montage before they ended it probably would have helped that perception that you're talking about, Travis. Do I like video games? Yes, I do. Do I play video games? Almost never. Why? Because the answer to this question is, am I good at video games? No. I am not a coordinated individual. I suck. I suck at fighting games. I suck at driving games. I suck at shooting games, whether it's first person, third person, what have you. I'm just not a good gamer, so I don't game much. Batman faked his death. I'm not familiar enough with every single comic to know if that is even possible. It just didn't ring true to me. Well, I can give you one example of where it happened, and I just happen to have it right here. This was a lot of Snyder's inspiration for Batman v Superman, and Batman fakes his own death at the end of it. Of course, Superman, with his super hearing, hears his heartbeat underground, naturally, but he lets it go. But yeah, that is one instance where Batman successfully, except for Superman, obviously, faked his own death. And then ended up being a behind-the-scenes guardian of the streets rather than the front-facing guardian. Batman makes John throw the bat grenade in that one scene, saying he'll need to learn how to use it, but that's about it. I got it. I need to rewatch Dark Knight Rises. Because I haven't watched that anywhere near as much as I've watched Batman Begins or The Dark Knight itself, because I liked that one the least out of the three. Super Mario movie was pretty good. You talking about the most recent one that made the billions? Yeah. I actually didn't watch it, but yeah. Travis says, I hope I'm not about to be the only one who admits that after hating Venom 1 and not liking 2 that I really enjoyed 3. Ooh. That is not what I usually hear. I think you're going to be in a minority of fans. Because most people that like 3 liked 1, and despite the Rotten Tomato scores and the critic scores and shit, most people did not like 2, even though it doesn't look like that by the numbers. The feeling in the zeitgeist is that 2 is the worst of the 3. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Bob Hoskins. What about Bob Hoskins? Smee? Roger Rabbit? What are we talking about here? What do we got? Best video game movie. Ooh. Honestly, I really don't have a choice for that one. Best female superhero movie. Does Kick-Ass count as female? Pretty sure Kick-Ass is a dude, so no. But the best female superhero movie. For me, Black Widow. I think that movie. I think too many people allowed themselves to be thrown off by when it came out. I think it's way overhated. The first Wonder Woman solo movie, not Wonder Woman 84, that was ass. The first one was pretty good. And that's about all I got for right now. Well, I mean, one of the movies he had after those two was Hook, and that was awesome, and that was pretty cool. So, was Roger Rabbit a flop? I honestly don't remember. Resident Evil Apocalypse, says Travis. The second film with them in Raccoon City is not great, but it's the most faithful to the games and really entertaining, I think. Okay. I don't know that I've seen... Wait. Is that one of the Jovovich movies or what? Oh, no, but if you're a serious actor acting cartoons and video games, it's a poor thing. I mean, Matthew Broderick did Inspector Gadget, so sometimes you just need that check. That's pretty much what I think that boils down to. All right. The opening weekend of the Venom The Last Dance puts up unexpected box office numbers in its opening weekend. And this is an article from Cinema Blend about the contradictions in Venom, and we're going to have to figure this shit out because we are now to the thumbnail subject. Is Venom The Last Dance a success or is it a failure? No, Lake and Ryle, I never got around to watching that one. I think I watched a little bit of it. But, no. Basically, no. All right. Let us dive in. While Sony's Spider-Man universe has released a couple of box office bombs in S.J. Clarkson's Madam Web and Daniel Espinosa's Morbius, it's been the Venom movies that have kept the franchise on its feet. The Dakota Johnson and Gerald-led films barely managed to make their budgets back globally, but both Ruben Fleischer's Venom and Andy Serkis' Venom Let There Be Carnage were huge hits when they respectively arrived in theaters in 2018 and 2021. Because of this, there were some big expectations set for Kelly Marcel's Venom The Last Dance, the conclusion of the trilogy going into its opening weekend. As it turns out, those expectations were not met. The early numbers are in, and while the new superhero movie did manage to steal the #1 spot from Parker Finn's Smile 2, its domestic ticket sales are underwhelming compared to the bar set by its predecessors. Check out the full top 10 below and join me after for analysis. Yeah, I don't care about that shit. Venom The Last Dance opening. Okay. When Venom Let There Be Carnage arrived in theaters in 2021, it didn't receive a warm critical reception, but it did inspire a sigh of relief from those keeping an eye on big-picture box office developments. At the time, the industry was still in the early months of bouncing back from theater closures during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Venom sequel provided a fantastic shot in the arm, not just making a lot of money in its opening weekend, $90 million, but actually outperforming the first movie, which made $80.3 million in its first 3 days. These are, by the way, domestic numbers only. The performance suggested audiences had become invested in the tale of Tom Hardy's Eddie Brock and his gooey extraterrestrial pal, and one would think that would lead to even bigger numbers for what has been promised as the conclusion of their adventure. But that's not the story that the ticket sales are telling. According to the numbers, Venom The Last Dance made $51 million, which is considerably lower than the $65 million estimates that were reported in the middle of last week. The movie doesn't seem to have as much heat as its predecessors domestically, though one silver lining is that it did do better in its first 3 days than Morbius, which made $39 million, and Madam Web, which bombed when it made $15.3 million back in February. Yes. One issue may be that the buzz for Venom the Last Dance isn't quite existing on the same level as the previous blockbusters. Metrics show that the opinions of critics and general audiences have never been aligned when it comes to these movies, but the new sequel shows that there is a touch more consensus. Rotten Tomatoes has Venom 3 sporting the lowest audience score in the trilogy, and it got a B- from CinemaScore surveys after both of the previous films received B+ grades. Obviously, that's not going to be helpful as the new comic book movie tries to grow some long legs in the coming weeks to make up for its slow start. There is a silver lining here for Venom the Last Dance in its opening weekend, but one must look beyond theaters in the United States and Canada to see it. The new comic book movie may have underperformed domestically, but it appears to be overperforming abroad. The same report that suggested the film would make $65 million at home prognosticated $85 million coming in from foreign markets, and that turned out to be a conservative estimate. The $51 million reportedly earned at home has been matched by a $124 million haul from international markets, bringing the film's worldwide gross to date to $175 million. With a reported production budget of $120 million before marketing and publicity, slightly more expensive than Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage, still has some money to make before it's firmly in the black. But not that much. Venom the Last Dance will be a notable curiosity to follow in the coming weeks, if not especially because early November isn't providing any major direct competition. That's a factor. That being said, the end of next month is jam-packed. Titles including Ridley Scott's Gladiator 2, John M. Chu's Wicked, and Dana Ledoux Miller, Jason Hand, and David Derrick Jr.'s Moana 2. Ooh. Boy, that's going to be a fun battle between those three. Excuse me. So the film can't really afford to have a hard drop in its second weekend. In the long view, it will also be interesting to see what kind of impact this box office development has on the plans for the future of Sony's Spider-Man universe. It's been a tough year for the franchise so far, but 2024 isn't over yet, as J.C. Chandor's Kraven the Hunter is still waiting to make his debut this December. Blah, blah, blah. That last bit does not fucking matter. Okay. So, chat. Venom underperformed here, but it overperformed overseas. It is sitting at $175 million gross on a $120 million budget. Now, how do we factor what a movie needs to actually break even? The general rule is that you need 2.5 times the actual production budget. So, Venom 3 was made for $120 million. That means in order to break even, it would need to make, quick calculation, $300 million just to break even. That's all it needs. That's it. And it's already at 175. It only needs 125 more to break even. So what does that mean? Down the road. That's the big question. What does the level of success of Venom the Last Dance mean down the road? Not just for the SSU, but for the MCU. Now let's think of what's going to happen here. First of all, Venom's got at least another open weekend to make bank before the competition jumps in. That's one. Two, there are still two of the larger foreign markets that movie hasn't even opened yet. It has yet to open in Japan, and it has yet to open in France. So it's not even done getting its overseas bump yet. And again, it only needs $300 million to break even. It's got over half that already. So, what happens down the road if Venom The Last Dance makes 450, 500 million?
What if it makes more than 500 million?
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. One, Sony's just going to keep right on Sonying, and it won't matter to them if how well Craven does. If Venom makes the dough. Right? That's all the excuse Sony's going to need to not only keep making Venom movies, but to continue to push ahead with Null, who we all know is being introduced in Venom 3. Now, on paper, making Null a big bad in the SSU is a pretty fucking good idea. On paper, it's a good idea. On paper. Did I mention on paper it's a good idea? So, Venom 3 success will guarantee more Null. Cool. But Venom 3 success will also affect the MCU. Why? Well, first of all, it's because Sony owns the movie rights to Spider-Man and all his characters. Which is why Kevin has to work with Sony in the first place in order for us to enjoy Tom Holland's Spider-Man in the MCU. That's number one. Number two. The MCU, as of late, has only been doing okay overseas. I mean, I'm not saying they haven't been doing well, but the MCU hasn't done the greatest overseas, especially as of late. So, next meeting between Marvel and Sony. Sony's going to come trotting in the room. And they're going to go, hey, check out Venom 3. It's making money. We're going to need more Venom. We're going to need more No. And it's not just because we own the rights. And it's not just because Venom 3 is making money. It's where Venom 3 is making the money. Is it doing great domestically? No. But it is making money overseas, where you guys here at Marvel Studios have not been doing that well lately. And wouldn't you like to again? You know you would. Well, guess what? Your overseas juice is Venom and Null. And while you're at it, don't forget Spider-Man's ours. That's exactly what's going to happen. How do I know? Well, A, because Hollywood is cutthroat, and B, that's really Sony's, outside of them owning the rights, that's Sony's only real negotiating point. And the problem is, it's a good one. You know Marvel Studios wants that overseas money back. You know they'd love to bump their average back up to where it used to be. You need overseas markets to do that. That's just an undeniable fact of doing business in the movie business. In order to make the real bucks, you got to crush overseas. just the way it is. And unfortunately, right now, when it comes to Marvel products overall, fucking Sony has the keys to the overseas kingdom, it would appear. So, we're going to get more Venom. We're going to get more Null. The question that remains is how much help are they going to get with from Feige on this? Like, there's a deal. Like, the deal worked out now gives Marvel a decent amount of leeway, but bottom line is Sony can pick up their Spider-Man ball and go home any fucking time they want, and they will take their overseas revenue with them. So, you can definitely count on Venom at some point in the future. You can definitely count it Null at some point in the future. Definitely as far as the SSU goes. Now, how will that translate into the MCU? Well, I'll tell you. We're probably going to be getting some Venom in the MCU. I think this virtually guarantees we're going to get Venom in some fashion or form in Spider-Man 4. Might even get Null in Spider-Man 4 still. Now, Null in Spider-Man 4 is going to take a lot of finagling, especially if some of the theories about Doom out there are correct and he's actually going to be involved directly with Peter Parker in Spider-Man 4. How they will work Doom and Null together, I got no fucking clue. Every scenario I've come up with is lame. I mean, I'm not that creative in the first place, so that's not that big a surprise. But on the other hand, if there was a really good solution, even I could come up with it, and I haven't come up with it. Like, there are good solutions out there that even I could come up with. But I got nothing on how to resolve Doom and Null in the same fucking movie. Especially after Doomsday, because by the end of Doomsday, we should be talking about basically God Emperor or God King Doom. So far as power levels go. So God King Doom and Null symbiote God primordial being of darkness in the same movie. Somehow not coming into a clash, or even if they do, somehow both surviving. If Null survives, he almost kind of has to be in Secret Wars. I mean, I'm sure they could write a way out of that, but it would still be kind of like, why isn't he in this too? That's number one. Actually, that's like the biggest thing. What do you do with Null? How do you mix Doom and Null? And even if you can find a way to successfully do that, what are you doing to keep Null around? Because obviously you're going to, because SSU wants to use him. Potentially still without Spider-Man battling the Sinister Six, but yeah. But yeah, that's what this this box office these box office numbers look to be indicating. It looks like Venom is going to break even for sure. It looks like it's probably even going to make money, and it looks like it's going to make most of its money overseas, which is of course number one. Just the fact that it's going to make money is going to embolden Sony to want to make more. Number two, the fact that it's an overseas hit, which has been Marvel Studios' weakness lately, is only going to embolden Sony into giving them at least more apparent leverage when it comes to negotiations with Marvel Studios. And, yeah. It's kind of where we're sitting right now. So is Venom 3 a success or a failure? I would say it's on the road to being a success. If you want to separate its domestic performance from its overall performance, if you stick with just the domestic side, yeah, it's fuck failure. It's failing right now, domestically. But overall, once you include the fact that it's popping off overseas, it's going to make money and therefore be considered a success. What y'all think, chat? Let's see. Gotta scroll up. Wow. All the way up here. Okay. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Chronicle. Oh, have I seen the Sarah Chronicle? No. Apocalypse is the second Jovovich movie with Nemesis, the ugly brute with the machine gun. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like the Jovovich movies. Why are cartoons now making more money than live action movies? They are being made in a higher quality, and they are being made with a 4-quadrant mindset. More so than live action movies. That's basically it. They're taking popular IP and they're making them in a way that appeals to as many people as possible, and it's also a quality project. Pretty much it. And he says, now it's just common with all the Kate movies and superheroes. Even Harrison will do it for a few bucks, and he suggested other actors get over themselves. I mean, he's not wrong. Not wrong. Inside Out 2, 1.8 billion. Yeah, that made some money. Roger Rabbit was a massive hit. That's what I thought. Not a numbers expert, but Venom 3 made its budget in less than 24 hours. It made its production budget, yes. Venom 3 had a $120 million budget, C-Dub. Wait a minute. What is 50 mil budget, 350 mil box office? Which one? Is that the first Venom? No. First Venom made more than 350. What are you talking about? 50 mil budget, 350 mil box office. Now he says the line of live action and animation blurred so long ago, and so much is done in a computer and with CGI. Where is the line? Does it really matter? I think it matters depending on the project. I know that's lame, but it does. Lone Ranger Johnny Depp is the biggest flop in history. No. Flops are judged by how much they gross versus how much they cost. And that movie didn't cost that much. It didn't make much, but it also didn't cost that much. So that changes the ratio. John Carter second, third Wonder Woman 84 third. I mean, neither of those did well, but there are actually by numbers bigger box office flops than those. Roger Rabbit was a Robert Zemeckis Spielberg film at both of their peaks. Oh yeah, so was Back to the Future. Yep. My two favorite movies, says Lake and Ryle, are Apocalypto, Mel Gibson, and Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, Jason Scott Lee. I don't think I ever got around to watching Apocalypto, but I fucking love Dragon, dude. Oh, I love that movie. Zemeckis could do almost no wrong during that period. Yeah, true. Him, Cameron, Spielberg, John Hughes. Yeah, it was 80s was a good decade for filmmakers. Maddie says, John Carter is what happens when a cartoon showrunner director is allowed to direct a feature and is given hundreds of millions with no oversight. I mean, Forrest Gump and Romancing the Stone, Zemeckis, Death Becomes Her. That was a fun movie. Bro was slinging, yeah. Third best director ever in Lake and Ryle's mind, Beowulf. Oh, yeah. I saw Beowulf in the theater. I was stuck in the very front row, though, so I was like this the whole time. That kind of sucked. Spider-Man 3 is underrated. I liked Venom in Spider-Man 3. Goofy dance scenes. Yeah. Bully Maguire had me cringing in my theater seat. That is for damn sure. Disney is no stranger to flops. Oh, that's for fucking sure. Especially lately. Even Dead Men Tell No Tales flopped. And it made almost $800 million, but on a reported $400 million budget. Yeah, so... Yeah, that lost about $100 million on that one. Wait, no. It lost about $200 million. Because on a $400 million budget, you need to make $1 billion to break even once you figure in marketing and all that other bullshit. They haven't made 1 cent and they fired Johnny twice. Yep. Travis, at worst I could see this movie hitting 400, at very best 500, but there's so many things in it that appeal to foreign demographics that I think it'll have staying power. Yeah, overseas loves them some Spider-Man and Spider-Man characters. So, like, I mean, if No Way Home had actually had a China release, I mean, we're talking fucking endgame numbers here, bro. Like, we're if not exactly, we're getting in the fucking neighborhood. That is for sure. Travis says, the first film did so well was for scammy reasons. No one knew Sony Marvel was separate from the MCU yet. It's a Spider-Man character, and it was after Infinity War. I mean, that's probably a little part of it, but also Venom, especially Venom's fucking popular. Like, he's popular. Not just among comic people. Normies know who Venom is. So, that's also a lot of the reason it did so well initially. Venom, the character, all on his own, has juice. Matthew, they want to make a remake of Pirates with no depth. I suggest they don't. Yeah, that would be dumb. There are some characters that are just married to some actors, and that's just the way it is. Johnny Depp, Jack Sparrow, definitely example. Hugh Jackman with Wolverine. Ryan Reynolds with Deadpool. Chris Evans with Steve Rogers. Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man, although he's about to show us he can handle Doom too, as well. So, yeah. Yeah, that'd just be a bad idea. C-Dub says SP3 has too many villains, which took away from Venom being developed properly. Spider-Man 3 has too many villains. Okay. Venom being developed properly. Yeah, I can see that. Watching a horror movie for Halloween? Unlikely. I mean, I've been watching them off and on this month, so. Travis says, Venom 2 did a lot less because of delays coming out during pandemic, but was leading to No Way Home, which boosted it. But with every Sony bomb afterward, it guarantees Venom 3 being hurt. Oh, yeah, most assuredly. Imagine a Johnny Depp Venom. I wouldn't hate that. I would not hate that at all, actually. Cutthroat Island, Gina Davis. I got nothing on that one. Travis says, weirdly, of all things, those Venom films have not had a storyline toy line, or any media tie-ins. No comics, video games, books, so on. So they're saving a lot on marketing. I mean, yeah. Although they've got a shit ton of social media marketing. A shit ton of social media marketing. Matter of fact, my favorite bit is the Busta Rhymes commercial, where Venom sneaks in his booth and just like drops bars like a motherfucker. I love that one. Like I listen to a lot of YouTube, other people's YouTube videos and shit while I'm out door dashing. Although that's gonna change next week when I have a real job again. But like when that ad comes on, I just listen to the whole motherfucking ad just because that ad is so much fun. At least for me. C-Dub says Venom 2 was such a letdown. They rushed the shit out of it. You got Carnage and Woody, but they made a joke out of it. Yeah, that was Woody Harrelson. The way he played that was not great. No stakes, just a bunch of sloppy CGI. I mean, minimal stakes for sure. But yeah, it's definitely, I mean, Venom 3 sight unseen, I'm just assuming is better than Let There Be Carnage, just in general, just because, fuck. Will China accept Shang-Chi 2 this time? Probably not. They have a problem with Simu Liu himself, so doubt it. Tobey Maguire made an extra $1 billion on his own for Spider-Man No Way Home. Wow. Okay. Crazy. C-Dub says, I ride with the Venom franchise only because I love the character in the comics and I love Tom Hardy. However, if it was anyone else in those Venom movies, I seriously doubt there would ever be more than one. Yeah, I'm very much inclined to agree with that. Ligon Rowell says, remove Toby and No Way Home makes $900 million or $1 billion at most. I mean, yeah, people love them some Toby. I wish Venom's origins were a mystery. I mean, you can blame Donny Cates for that shit. Where'd it go? Oh, there we are. Matthew says, I watched it because of the old actors from Raimi, but I'm sure a lot of people watch these anyways. I mean, yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy animated series did well with Venom. Okay. Didn't know that. Tom Hardy as Bane was brilliant. What a voice. The only issue I have with that is Bane is Latino. And Tom Hardy made him sound German. It's already made money. It's already grossed money, but it hasn't made a net profit yet. Now he says, I mean, it's Spider-Man. People watch regardless of who plays Spider-Man. It's bread and butter Marvel. I don't know if it's regardless of who plays him. I mean, fans are pretty fickle. Spider-Man fans are extraordinarily fickle. If they don't like who's cast, they ain't going to fucking show up. Normies will probably still show up and bring in a lot of money, but you'll lose a lot of core fans, and you don't really want to do that, if at all possible. It's sitting at just under 108 mil. Yeah, I know. Budget for Venom 3 was just shy of 120 mil. Yeah, that's just the production budget, though. You got to at least double it for marketing. Generally, like I said, the general rule is 2.5 times your production budget. So 2.5 times 120 is 300. So if it has a similar weekend next weekend, it'll break even next weekend. And then anything after that will be gravy. Lingernow says the OG Spider-Woman is more like Supergirl. I've never read any Spider-Woman. Travis says, I think the cost-effective option is to merge the larger Sonyverse into the animated universe. I can see Null tying into Beyond Spider-Verse, especially with Spot creating giant black holes. Yeah, I agree. Like, they need to They need to do some streamlining and some merging and some hiring of a lot better people and all kinds of fun shit like that. C-Dub says, Venom 3, 50 mil domestic, 124 mil international. I stand by my analogy. Venom is the Fast and Furious franchise for comic book movies. Crazy numbers overseas. Oh, yeah, no, you're dead ass on that one, dude. Dead ass. C-Dub says, why didn't No Way Home or Shang-Chi get a Chinese release? Has everyone ever explained why those two movies were rejected? Disney tried so hard to appease China with Shang-Chi. No Way Home didn't because of Rona. And Simu Liu himself pissed off Shang-Chi. Or pissed off China. So, if I'm recalling correctly, that's why. Pandy and Simu Liu opened his mouth and pissed off China. Travis says, Walmart put out a new Venom hoodie like a week ago, and I legit saw it on 4 people in one day. He's definitely becoming more popular by the day. Oh, yeah. I've been seeing Maroon 5's Memories trending a lot, and the comment sections of every upload of the song are flooded with Venom comments. I think this movie is reaching more people than it seems. Very well could be. C-Dub says, while I was watching Venom 3, I remember thinking halfway through, oh, this is Sony's attempt at being PG-13 Deadpool. I don't know why I never put that together, but that's legit what it is. I mean, having not seen it, knowing what I know about it and hearing what I've heard about it, I buy that. Matthew says, I'm a Transformers fan enjoying the hell out of the 40th anniversary, but I still didn't watch Transformers 1. Well, I haven't seen Transformers 1. But like I said, a lot of the reviewers and people that I pay attention to that I know are quality love that fucking movie. So, I'm going to watch it when it hits streaming, obviously. But I'm definitely going to check it out. Like, that first trailer really turned me off to that movie. Like, I had zero interest after that first trailer. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? The second trailer, while better, still was nowhere near enough, at least for me, to overcome the first trailer. So I never had any interest in watching it. And then I started hearing what I was hearing from the people I trust. I'm like, well, shit. So, Travis says, while Heart isn't a moneymaker, yes and no. I think this movie probably the most heart of a comic book film I've seen in a couple years. Yeah, that is one thing. The chemistry they've managed to create between Tom Hardy and Digital Venom is got a lot of heart in it. Like, that's one thing you can say these movies have, at least when it comes to Eddie and Venom, is that relationship has a lot of heart in it. Travis says, speaking of Transformers, some of these symbiotes are becoming like the Autobots in the later Bay movies. Kind of. C-Dub says, chillin', if you like the OG animated movie from the 80s like me, which I do, Transformers 1 is a prequel. Oh, yeah, I know what it's about. We're back on Cybertron, back when Optimus Prime and Megatron were still friends, yada, yada, yada. I know what it's about, but the trailers were just ass. And I was like, no. And he says, yeah, I have 2 Blu-rays and the DVD of the 1980s. Damn, bro. Well, if you have 2 Blu-rays, that means you have an extra one. Message me in Discord. I'll send you my address. C-Dub says the trailers are so terrible. Agreed. The movie is a legit prequel to the 80s movie. Yeah, I'm going to watch it when it hits streaming for sure. Do I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yes. I have not seen the most recent animated feature. But I do enjoy them. I enjoyed them when I was a kid in the movies back in the day. I enjoyed the cartoon. I never got into the comics so much, but I did actually get to read The Last Ronin, and that comic is fucking pimp, bro. Holy shit. And supposedly they're making a a hard R live action adaptation of that. So fuck yeah, give me that shit all day. Teenage 2012 TV series. I'm not sure which version that is. I'd have to check out. Brent, what's happening, bro? Checking in and out. Busy. Okay, man. Do what you gotta do. Have a good night. God bless, and may the force be with you. Darth Gaelic Vapad Knight of Melvin. What? Don't bring up that fucktard in my chat. God damn it, Brent. Travis says, I quote that 86 Transformers movie once a day. If you're going to ride Dano, ride in style. I need to rewatch that. Steve says, I got the VHS, DVD, and special edition Blu-ray. I love that movie. It was my fave as a kid. It's already out to stream. Thought Transformers 1? All right. Thoughts on The Boys? Fucking love The Boys. Season 4 was the weakest in a very strong show. I still very much enjoyed Season 4, but it was definitely not as strong as Seasons 1 through 3. But I also enjoy Gen V. So I'm very looking forward to the Season 2 of Gen V and Season 5 of The Boys. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get Season 2 of Gen V first. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle the homie dying in real life. I mean, that sucks because I loved his character. His character is dope. But yeah, thoughts on Invincible. I enjoy Invincible quite a bit too. I didn't get into it until after I think Season 2 was either almost all the way out or all the way out. So I wasn't as annoyed as everybody else with like half the season separated by 3 months apart and them taking so goddamn long to get to Season 2 in the first place. Like, all the shit that hurt Season 2 was not an issue for me because I hadn't gotten into the show till after most of that happened. So, but yeah. The people who say Season 2 was not quite as good as Season 1, I do agree with that. Definitely not bad. But, yeah, no, but I dig me some Invincible. I'm looking forward to Season 3 for sure. Matthew, 2003 series was better than the 80s, but I love the 1990 movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, yeah. C-Dub says, The Last Ronin is fucking awesome. It's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Logan. Yeah. Star Chaser is free on YouTube. Fire and Ice is free on YouTube. Fuck. Have I seen Young Sherlock Holmes movie? Maybe once way back in the day. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Travis Mitchell. I didn't think there was much heart or charm in Venom 1 and 2, but this one somehow found it for me. It has that breathing room I wanted. When they sang Space Oddity in the Camper, they found the magic. Cool. Have I seen Without a Clue, Ben Kingsley, Michael Caine's Sherlock Holmes comedy? No, I haven't seen that. The original Matthew, the original comic is impossible to find at any sane price for the first issues of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, I believe that. Thoughts on the Henry Cavill Highlander reboot? Pretty simple. Can't fucking wait. I love Highlander and I love Henry Cavill. So, oh, and Chad Stahelski, the director of The Wicks, is also directing that movie too. So, yeah. And Henry Cavill is like a ginormous fucking nerd. So I know he's going to insist on that his version being as close to the lore of the original as he can get them. So between that, just the fact that Cavill's awesome, the fact that Stahelski's awesome, I'm very much looking forward to the Highlander reboot. Very much. Excuse me for just a wee bit. I'll be right back. Travis is going to say it, No Way Home less than Venom 3? What? No, I haven't seen Venom 3, but no. Travis? No. And I'm fairly confident in saying that even though I haven't seen Venom 3. No. Cito says, if any of you like comedies, What We Do in the Shadows just started its final season on FX Hulu. Best comedy out right now. It's Always Sunny if the gang were vampires. I've heard a lot of good things about What We Do in the Shadows. I've definitely heard a lot of good things about that. Again, so much shit out there that I hear that's good to watch, and my list is already so fucking insanely long already. It's ugh. Anyway, looking around, which is better, Bourne, Bond, or Mission Impossible? Ooh. Well, I've watched all the Mission Impossible, and I've watched all the Bourne, and I've watched maybe 2% of Bond because I'm a slacker and I need to watch it all. But so I kind of got to leave that out. For me, and I'm guessing I'm probably in the minority on this one, but I like the Bourne movies better than I like the Mission Impossible movies, and I really like the Mission Impossible movies. But I fucking love Bourne. I do. Matthew got it. There can be only one. Yeah. Looking around, my favorite Henry Cavill was in The Tudors, King Henry. Oh, dude, I love that show. And that's the show that introduced me to Henry Cavill and made me a Henry Cavill fan. I fucking love The Tudors. That show's so great. Matthew says, Chris Lambert is the Highlander, and he was trained by 007 himself, Sean Connery. Yeah. Good old Sean Connery. Playing a Spaniard and still sounding Scottish as fuck. Oh, man. Much as I love that movie ain't fucking perfect either. Favorite comedy movie? Oh, sweet Jesus, dude. Bruh. I got no. I honestly can't narrow it down. C-Dub says, Mark Hamill, Batista, Nick Kroll, Wesley Snipes' Blade all appear in WWDS. Have I been streaming too long? What the fuck is WWDS? Forgive me for being dumb, but spell it out for me like I'm two, please, C-Dub. Matthew, here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe. Beating. Here we belong. All right, I'll stop now, but yeah. Trez says, whoops, didn't know you had seen it. Ha. But to be fair, I think No Way Home is kind of bad, so my opinion isn't much to go off of. Yeah, you're right, it's not. Queen soundtrack. Oh, hell yeah, bro. It's a kind of magic. You don't like the spy genre, Travis? Interesting. Matthew says, Ghostbusters, Stripes, Caddyshack, Animal House. All good comedies. Police Academy, hell yeah. Love that movie. What We Do in the Shadows. Oh, okay. Mark Hamill, Batista, Nick Kroll, Wesley Snipes as Blade appeared. That's great. Well, someone at Marvel signed off on that. Rocky IV might have the best soundtrack. I mean, it's up there. It's definitely up there. Spawn soundtrack is fucking dope. Queen of the Dam soundtrack is epic, but That's because a lot of it was written by Jonathan Davis, the lead singer of Korn, and I'm a John Davis / Korn stan. So I'm a little biased on that. But, yeah, they're up there. Blues Brothers, oh, yeah. We're on a mission from God. Yeah, that movie's great, too. I mean, Porky's. I mean, shit. Let's get into the Sandler comedies. Happy Gilmore, Waterboy. I mean, there's, so many. Mel Brooks comedies. There's just too many to choose from, bro. Too many really good ones to choose from, at least for me. Like, honestly. It's hard for me. It's very hard for me to pick the best of something from an entire genre. Like, it's hard for me to pick my favorite comedy movie, or my favorite spy movie, or my favorite action movie, or my favorite superhero movie. Actually, that'd be a little bit easier than the other ones. But yeah, picking a defining number one. I don't know if I'm personally. Excuse me. I don't know if I'm personally capable of doing that, honestly. It's easier for me to tell you what's not the best. Travis says, speaking of comedies, Venom 3 feels a bit like one of those road comedies of the 2000s, like The Hangover, and meanders in ways that work, mixed with a 90s action movie like Independence Day. A lot of what I'm hearing feels like that's kind of basically what they were going for with this movie, honestly. C-Dub says, they don't call Wesley Snipes Blade. They refer to him as the Daywalker, and he has a terrible Wi-Fi connection. He literally refers to himself in the third person. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know. Saber Smith, what's up, bro? Yeah, I don't know how the hell you choose one. Travis Mitchell says, the Police Academy films with Bobcat Goldthwait, especially 4, are my favorites. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with Police Academy. Although a lot of the movies that we're talking about right now would also fit on a list of movies that would never get made now. Wesley totally leans into it. I'm sure he does. Matthew says, action comedy, Big Trouble in Little China, but today it might be offensive, by John Carpenter, Kurt Russell. Yeah. I think 95% of shit made when, Gen Xers were kids, i.e. late 70s into the 80s and 90s, would not get made today. A vast majority of the shit we grew up on would not fucking get made today, bro. Yeah, that's just kind of the way it is. 350. Holy shit. In 6 minutes and 8 seconds, we will have been going for 4 hours, motherfuckers. Damn. Good times, though. But I think we may have to call it. But not till after a few things happen. 1. All the buttons need to be hit by all of you. Like, subscribe, notification bell. If you're watching on the replay, if you've made it this far in, comments. All that good stuff. I need all of that. Saber Smith says, have we talked about the Penguin yet? What a fantastic show, Dang. No, we didn't actually talk about the Penguin much, but yes. That show is amazing. That last episode, holy fuck, especially the way it ended. And there's 2 episodes left. These last 2 episodes are going to be knuckin' futz. So crazy, these last 2 episodes. Travis, Hangover, Hot Tub Time Machine, Pineapple Express, Step Brothers, to name it, yeah. Also says, not a full-on comedy, but Green Book with Mahershala and Viggo is nostalgic for me. I've never seen that. Don't know that I've ever even actually heard of that, but I gotta check that shit out. Lake and Ryle says, comedians are seriously talented actors. I mean, some of them are, yes. Robin Williams, yep. Jim Carrey, yep. Eddie Murphy, yep. Chris Tucker, yep. Truman Show, wasn't that Jim Carrey? pretty sure Truman Show was Jim Carrey. But yeah, there's some comedians that have. There are definitely comedians out there who are also very accomplished with doing a dramatic turn. For sure. U.S. Marshals of Wesley Snipes versus Fugitive Harrison Ford. Fugitive. And not just because of Harrison Ford, but also because Tommy Lee Jones. You can't go wrong with Tommy Lee Jones. I wish I could remember the product, but I saw Tommy Lee Jones made a commercial for some Japanese product where he ends up in a schoolroom. Oh my God, that shit is hilarious as hell. C-Dub says, people sleep on What We Do in the Shadows. It's only 6 seasons, it's totally uncensored, and HBO level TVMA. It's one of the last comedies like Curb, Sunny, Office, Parks and Rec, Workaholics, etc. I mean, all I've heard from people who talk about it is good things. So, but yeah, I mean, I imagine people do sleep on that, but totally uncensored and HBO level TVMA. Like how HBO level TVMA are we talking about? Are there vampire titties? Or at least some vampire cheeks? Oh, that's right, he was in U.S. Marshals as well, some bitch. Didn't Robin Williams have Lewy body dementia? I don't know. See, it says, y'all need to learn what an energy vampire is. Oh, dude, we already know. It's Kathleen Kennedy. Sucked all the energy out of Star Wars and its fandom. It's on FX Hulu. Okay, yeah, you did mention that. I'm just wondering, like, how HBO level TVMA are we talking here? I mean, obviously, that leans into language. There's probably people cussing their fucking heads off. But to me, HBO level TVMA is like titties. Game of Thrones. Tudors. The Borgias. Actually, no. Tudors and Borgias weren't Showtime. But you get what I mean. Titties. Ass and titties. Ass and titties. Ass, titties, titties, ass, and titties. Remember 90s Morbius and his butthole hands? I do not. But evidently, that's where Sony got their inspiration from. Fuck. All right. I'm calling it. I'm tired. It was a damn good comeback, though. 4 fucking hours. Hell yeah. C-Dub says, haha, chillin'. When you get to episode 3 and see what an energy vampire is, it will be even more satisfying with the KK reference. Awesome. I love that I called that. Matthew says, that guy only directed 3 movies, that U.S. Marshals and Star Trek Nemesis, because he's an editor, Stuart Baird. He also directed Executive Decision, but he edited James Bond's films and Superman 78. Oh. Cool. Lake and Rail says, it must be difficult to keep squeezing movies out of the Star Wars universe from 1978. Only for Kathleen Kennedy Lucasfilm. People who know what the fuck they're doing would be having no problem right now. Oh. More community reference. Okay. You have a good night too, Travis. Appreciate you. I'm glad you have fun. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself here. I'm glad all of you seem to be having fun. You've been hanging out for 4 fucking hours, so I gotta assume you are. Pog? Nice. Best looking girl in the MCU, Kobe Smulders. I keep going back and forth between ScarJo and Lizzie Olsen. Best looking girl in the DCEU? Well, I mean, if we're not bothering to talk about acting abilities, fucking Gal Gadot. Gadot. Gadot, whatever her fucking name is. I mean, Jesus, smoke. Gal Gadot, no matter what you think of her acting ability, is a fucking smoke show. Bro, she is gorgeous. So, but yeah, I mean, Kobe's up there though. She looked good. Kobe looked really good. Night Lake the Snake. What the fuck does that even mean? Matthew says ILM knows their stuff. Yep, Skywalker Sound, the art department. They have incompetent leadership. Oh yeah, definitely. Lucasfilm's current leadership is a yes. A yes. C-Dub, explain yourself before I go. What the fuck is... Are you calling me like this? Like, what is that? Am I like the snake? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? All right. Kobe is older. Well, I don't care who the fuck is older. What's up, Prez? Yeah, still going. Not for much longer, though, because holy fuck. But, on the other hand, I haven't streamed in like a week and a half, so, you know. I'm having fun, but I also kind of owe you guys a little bit, too. You know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Amber Heard used to be hot. Oh. Okay. Duh. I don't know. I mean, if you separate the psycho from like just her looks, then I would get rid of the used to be. But once you mix in like who she actually is, then yeah, she's way uglier now. Yes, you're a nickname guy chilling like a villain. Yes. Okay. Missed you too, bro. Oh, dude, you ain't gotta apologize. Life's the fuck out of us constantly. It's just the way it is. As long as we all keep coming back to each other, it's all that fucking counts. All right. So you all know what to do. Hit all the fucking buttons. Watch all my shit. Chillin'. Say a funny joke. My face. Oh, it means you... Oh, good. I like you too, C-Dub. Dub. Oh, all right. Say a funny joke. Two men walk into a bar. The third man ducks. Bear and Rabbit taking a shit in the woods. Bear looks over at the rabbit and says, "Excuse me, Mr. Rabbit. Do you have a problem with shit sticking to your fur?" The rabbit says, "Why, Mr. Bear, no, I do not." The bear says, "Great." Picks him up and wipes his ass with him. Maddie says they could turn things around. They need to fire Kennedy, which will never happen, I'm afraid. No, but she'll be going. Her and Frank are the most connected ever in filmdom. Frank Oz, you mean? See, I don't know that Frank Oz has that much power at Disney, though. I mean, he might be a big honcho inside Lucasfilm itself, but I don't know that he has that much power at Disney. Frank Marshall. Oh, okay. I mean, Frank Marshall has... I mean, he's old school. He's been around forever. He's got some cachet, but I don't know that he has the kind of cachet that he used to. You know what I mean? Is Snow White going to flop? Probably. Rachel Zegler's pissing people off. There was that whole dwarf thing. They look like shit. Yeah, it's probably going to bomb. Is Gal Gadot Cleopatra going to flop? Probably. Gal Gadot, while gorgeous, is not that great an actress, and she is definitely not the type of actress that is like people are clamoring to go put their ass in a theater seat for on her own. So, yeah. Thunderbolts? No. Thunderbolts is not going to flop. I think Thunderbolts is actually going to do all right. Depending on how Cap 4 does, it may have more work to do than it should. But no, I think Thunderbolts is actually going to be pretty decent. I think the movie itself is going to be decent, and I think it's going to perform pretty decent. See, trying to find a good nickname for Matthew Gaudette. Workshopping. I mean, you could always go take the easy route and just call him Matty G. Am I watching Stranger Things? No, I'm a complete slacker. I have not watched one frame of Stranger Things yet. Once it's all done, I'll probably move it up the list and get in there and finally figure out what the fuck everyone's talking about. But to this point in time, nada. You used to be called Sky Guy. What underage chick was calling you Sky Guy? You know I'm just fucking with you, but also that was like prime for that. You tossed me a nice soft one, and I had to crush it. All right, goddammit. I'm really leaving this time. Thank you guys for hanging out for fucking so long. Do I watch you? God damn it, Lincoln Ryle. Okay. Do I watch UFC? Yes. I don't pay for the pay-per-views currently, but, you know, you can... I keep up with the news. I keep up with who's doing what and who's knocking people out and when and all that shit. Yeah. No, I love mixed martial arts. Daydreamer, head in the clouds, much like Luke Skywalker. They called my older brother Space Cadet. Well, yeah, but Sky Guy's Anakin in Clone Wars. That's why I made the joke that I made. Because, you know, Anakin, Ahsoka, underage, Sky Guy, Snibs, that kind of thing. Okay. You guys are the shit. You're awesome. You're dope. You're the best fucking community. Bye, Lake and Ralph. Please come back, man. We'll be back Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern. Come back. You are more than welcome. I'm glad to have you. I hope you had fun tonight. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate you guys just showing up a lot. I appreciate you hanging out for over 4 hours. More than I could ever describe. I appreciate you being part of the community. I appreciate you chatting. I appreciate you lurking. I appreciate you on the replay. Do me favors. Hit all the buttons. Leave comments if you're watching the replay. Check out my Twitter. Check out my Discord. Check out my other channel, even though I haven't done shit with it lately. And by lately, I mean in months. But check it all out. All the links are in the description. Check it out. If you see something you like, share it with your friends. I am trying to get this channel up to at least... I'm trying to... My next immediate goal is 300. I'm still hoping to hit that by the end of the year. And I'm going to come back to that in a second. But, like, my main next goal is to hit the requisite numbers for subs and watch hours to get the lower tier of the partnership program, which means I need 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. And for that, I will get the lower level of monetization, which means I can do memberships and get super chats but no AdSense, which whatever. So that's what I'm trying to get done initially. I mean, once I get there, then we'll work on the next goal. But that's my goal right now. In order to aid that, number one, I need your guys' help. I mean, well, actually, number one, I just need to do awesome shit constantly. But I need a lot of your guys' help too, with all the likes and all the comments and subs and notification bells and sharing my shit. Oh, I try using lots of clickbait, but I'm not that good at clickbait yet. It just makes me feel weird to get super clickbaity, which is probably why I'm not growing as fast as I could. Anyway, She-Hulk videos get a lot of views. See, here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that. She-Hulk videos get a lot of views because people are hating on that show. Deadpool She-Hulk videos, that was some silly bullshit, that whole rumor. But yeah, a lot of people get a lot of views about She-Hulk videos because they're just being straight up, like, not even truly critical. They're just hating. And unfortunately, too large a portion of those that hate just to hate are also hating on it for political, ideological reasons rather than how you should actually criticize, like, TV shows and films. So, and I'm not rolling that way. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't have any problems shitting on something if it genuinely, on levels that you actually can legitimately criticize, sucks. Like, I will shit all over something if it sucks, but I will also praise it if it's really good. So, I mean, could I grow this channel faster by engaging in pansy-ass, low-hanging, lazy-ass takes? Yes. But I won't. It's just how I do things. So, if that means I grow slower, it means I grow slower. Pause. Anyway. Do I use TikTok? No. Matthew says, no way, no social media for me. I'm too freaking old. I just do YouTube and message boards. I'm super weirded out. Too much politics and people being super aggressive. I mean, that's totally valid. I don't mind it so much because I'm competitive. I like to win and I like to be right. So, I mean, I mostly use social media just for, like, news and, rumors and scoops and all that shit that I like. But, sometimes I enjoy jumping into the fray, and whether they listen or not, whether they acknowledge or not, show them how fucking idiotic they are. So, and that's just fun for me. It scratches my competitive itch. Scratches my competitive itch. Because let's face it, a debate is a competition. Thanks for being here, man. It's nice to be back. Been off social media for 5 years now, never look back. Good on you. I mean, I would love to, but I'm trying to get attention in, or I'm trying to get noticed in the attention market. That's not quite the right phrase, but you know what I fucking mean. The attention economy. I'm trying to get noticed in the attention economy. And you already have to be firmly in it and doing well in it before you can, like, start taking time off of it. Like, Josh is at a point where he doesn't necessarily need Twitter anymore. I, on the other hand, have zero clout, so I need to be utilizing all avenues for now. Every complaint is about identity and the W word to the point the word is losing meaning. Yes. I mean, in my mind, it's already lost. Well, it lost its original meaning a long time ago. And yeah, it's been overused to the point where it's even losing the derogatory meaning it's been converted into. So, yeah. All right, God damn it. I love you guys. I love the fact that you hung out with me for so long tonight. I love the fact that you hang out with me in general. TikTok views are higher. Yeah, I'm going to wait till January and make sure, it doesn't get banned before I worry about TikTok. But I've been thinking about it. I realize it's a very good way to build up one's online presence, but I've never been a big fan of the platform in general. And now that it's being gone after by the government, then, I'm going to wait and see what happens with that shit, basically. C-Dub says, I can check Facebook or Twitter or whatever I want if I want to, but not plugged in because I appreciate my privacy and I'm in IT. Don't like my data being leveraged. Well, I can, yeah, that makes total sense. Speaking of which, I'm going to need you to come up here and optimize my rig at some point, bro. Hope Section 230 laws are repealed. Oh, I know the subject of what you speak, but I can't remember any of the fucking details. Meet up in the Midwest 2025. St. Louis, baby. I mean, yeah, we got to, yeah. You, me, and Jay, we got to get together and figure that shit out. I think the biggest thing we need to figure out is how big we want it to be to start off with, because none of us are Josh, and I don't know that any of us are capable of doing what he's able to do, so we're going to have to do more of a sharing logistical thing, you know what I mean? So, oh yeah, we'll be working that shit out after the holidays. Section 230 to stop cyberbullying. Still not 100% familiar with it, but on the face of it, I would say that repealing something to stop cyberbullying is probably not an idea I would be down with. Section 230 allows you to sue social media platforms. Oh, no, actually, I'm a big proponent of that. I mean, if you're not willing to regulate your platform, you probably shouldn't be running one. Especially when it comes to, like, getting kids fucked up. So, oh, don't get me started on the Cheeto. I'm not getting started. I'm not getting started on the election on this channel. That's what my other channel's for. And I probably won't say shit until after next Tuesday. Yeah, I'll I mean, you're going to get all that this week, especially this week, as there's now, in my time zone, 6 days till the election. Hey, he says, I dislike hating people for their background, race, sex, national origin, or religion. Not to get political, fear of the other is horrendous if you are at all different. Yeah. Yeah, no. I have one massive thing I am bigoted about, and I have no problem admitting this. I am very bigoted against assholes. I'm bigoted against personality types, not against what you look like, who you worship, where you're from, or who you fuck. I don't care. Just don't be an asshole. If you're an asshole, then yeah, I'm very bigoted against you. Fuck you. But yeah. You build PCs for fun. Nothing is too much to ask. Hit me up. Okay. I will do so. Man babies. If you're talking about the group I hope you're referring to, then yes. For sure. All right, goddammit. I keep saying this, and this time I'm actually going to do it. I'm out. I love you guys. You're the best. And Saturday, 9 p.m. Oh, goddammit. One more thing. Now that I'm going to be starting in regular JOB with a reasonable schedule, be on the lookout in the next few Saturdays, as there are only a few Saturdays left in the middle, left it this year. Be on the lookout for the subathon. I'm still going to do a subathon. YouTube time limit is 12 hours, so I'll be going noon to midnight one of these Saturdays before the end of the year, trying to get me up to at least 300, if not more. So keep on the lookout for that. Other than that, we will be back, as far as I know, barring acts of God or human fuckery. Regular time, regular station, right here, 9 p.m. Eastern, Saturday night, where we will talk about the Agatha finale and whatever interesting, nerdy news happens to pop up between now and then. And then, of course, anything we fucking feel like talking about, because that's what people do when they're hanging out, chilling together in the basement. So, rest of you guys, Jesus Christ. You guys all have a good rest of your week. That's where the word rest should come in. Have a good rest of your week. Hope to see y'all Saturday night. And remember, wherever you are, whoever you're with, always keep it nerdy. Peace. Oh, yeah. Pretty damn good comeback stream, even if I do say so myself. I missed you guys, man. I hate it when I can't be around and doing what I do when I want, when I normally do it with you. Pause. No diddy. You guys have a great rest of your week. Check out the socials, links in the description. Hit all the buttons. Share my shit. Actually, no one wants to share my shit. Share my videos and stuff. So, okay. What we do in the shadows. It's on the list and moved up above a bunch of other shit. Much love, everybody. See you Saturday. Be good. Be safe. Peace. And keep it nerdy.